Before we begin, though, I'd like to acknowledge that the Roundhouse, where we are gathering this morning, is built on the unceded lands of the Bidjigal people, who were the first people and the first educators of our UNSW campus. I would like to pay my respect to their elders past and present and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander colleagues, students and community members that are joining us here today, either in person or online. For tens of thousands of years, teaching and learning have taken place here through story, language, observation and care for country. Those knowledge systems are rigorous, relational and enduring, and they continue to guide us in how we think, learn and act. So as we move through EduFest 2025, we can continue to learn how to listen deeply, embed Indigenous knowledges with integrity, and teach in ways that honour country and support all of our learners to thrive. With that, we'll move to a couple of housekeeping announcements. When I was about 8 years old, I always wanted to be a flight attendant because I'd never been on a plane, so I've been practicing for this moment for about 40 years. In the unlikely event of an evacuation, please follow the venue manager's emergency evacuation directions to the evacuation zones. They are, in case you haven't had this announcement in the Roundhouse before, on the pool lawn over there or near the main law. Oh, they do this much more elegantly on the plane, don't they? I'll get to that when I introduce the toilets. On either side of the Roundhouse. We also have the locations of the multi-faith prayer rooms up on the slide because we are here all day. And a big hello to our online participants because we are, of course, live streaming and recording today's talks and enable audience participation, equal playing field for everyone through Slido, Zoom and Slido down here, but I'll share that in a moment. We'll have breakout rooms upstairs where it's Zoom and Padlet. So please follow the instructions for the individual sessions that we're doing. Now, back in May, Sarah had an absolutely fabulous idea to make EduFest for the first time a themed event. And what would be a better theme than our strategic priority, which is embedding the UNSW Societal Impact Framework and its goals into our teaching and learning. So today is all about practice in action, where the big ideas meet how we actually make that happen in the classroom. And in true EduFest style, teams from every faculty, together with our PVC education portfolio, have jumped in to co-create not just today's program, but also yesterday and a couple of satellite days on Wednesday. So across the day, you will see how societal impact really takes shape when it's built into our courses, explored through partnerships, and brought to life by our students and staff. So with that, it is my great pleasure to welcome our DVC ESE, Sarah, to the stage to share her vision for societal impact in education. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Teeny, and a very warm welcome to everybody here today. And it's very warm under here, and it is a warm day. As Teeny noted, one of the aims of this year's festival is to uncover and to showcase some of the fantastic work that is happening across UNSW in societal impact within education. Another use of the EduFest is really to act as a catalyst, as a spark of inspiration and collaborative discussions on how it is that we can drive societal impact in all of our educational offerings over the next few years at scale. And the aim really is to ensure that all of our UNSW coursework graduates have had and can have a direct and ideally immersive experience in societal impact while they're studying with us. We know that this happens for some amazing students, but at this stage it doesn't actually happen for all of our students. So that's really what the aim is. And we hope that the sessions that you've attended so far this week, as well as those that we're about to embark on today, will and have delivered on these aims. So as you all know, last year we launched the UNSW Strategy Progress for All, supported by our Societal Impact Framework, which you can see up here behind me, which was really to guide our collective endeavours over the next decade and beyond as we strive for collective progress for all. The Societal Impact Framework sets out how to connect us with the most pressing challenges of our time, and specifically in areas where UNSW can make both a unique and a significant impact. And by concentrating our efforts on these 4 societal impact areas, that reflect current public issues and probably will for the next decade or more, we aim to collectively improve society and the environment for all current and future generations, both locally and globally. And so as you can see here, the four impact focus areas are accelerate the transition to a sustainable society and planet, advance economic and social prosperity, enable healthy lives, and strengthen societal resilience, security and cohesion. And I think if you look across all of the sorts of degree programs that we offer, as well as the research institutes and research centres that we have, everyone can fit within these four broad themes, which is perfect because the whole point is for it to be really quite inclusive and embracing. And at the core of the framework, we're really committed to embedding Indigenous ways of knowing, being and doing into all of our activities, acknowledging and celebrating that Indigenous knowledges provide a unique and holistic insight into things such as land management and environmental resilience, as well as health and community and well-being. And I think we've got an awful lot to learn still from Indigenous people and work with them in terms of how we can drive progress across these four areas. And finally, as you can see, the framework includes cross-cutting themes that help guide us and embed across all of our impact focus areas. And these are inclusion, integrity and social justice. And I think that really is part of the fabric of everything that we do here at UNSW, but it's always good to actually put them within your framework to call them out and really echo and amplify them. So the impact focus areas are not just research themes. They really are grand challenges of the most pressing issues of our time, and they need all of UNSW's collective smarts and passion to engage with them, contribute and make progress for all. And this includes our researchers, our educators, all of our professional staff, and of course our amazing students, and you'll hear from them later today. Our strategy also has 5 impact pathways along with these 4 impact focus areas, which comprise the 9 pillars of our Progress for All strategy. And pillar 1, which is closest to the hearts of many of us here in this room, is through education, empower current and future generations. And so the question is, how do we both equip and empower students with the knowledge, skills and attributes, and indeed the passion for making the world a better place? How do we expose our students to experiential learning and transformative learning experiences where they can have an impact today while they're studying with us? Not when they graduate that we wave goodbye at the door and say, go off and have a great impact, but we actually want to have an impact with them and empower them to have an impact while they're here with us as students. So how is it that we do that? You're going to hear all sorts and share your own ideas today. I might end it there and pass back over to Tini because I've got more to say during the day. Just wishing you all a fantastic few sessions. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Sarah. That was fabulous. So before we move to our first workshop, I thought I'll just give you a little bit of an overview of just how we're going to bring the Societal Impact Framework to life this morning. The first thing that we will do, we will move into parallel lightning talks sessions that are led by our wonderful cohorts from the Faculty of Medicine and Health. That is not a warm-up of yesterday's short and sharp thunderstorm. It is high-energy presentations that pack a big idea into just 4 minutes. So think of them as intellectual espresso shots, short, sharp, and designed to spark your curiosity. Each speaker in their little espresso shot will share one powerful idea or project, just enough to get you thinking and talking before we move to the next. So colleagues who are interested to hear about curriculum design aspects of embedding the Societal Impact Framework are invited to stay down here on the ground floor, so to speak, while those who would like to hear examples of interdisciplinary and interprofessional learning in UNSW's courses and programs are invited to head upstairs. And I do get to do the flight attendant thing again. The stairs are over here. It's in room 6, also the Singapore room, but hopefully the first person walking up will know where they're going. For those online, if you would like to jump into the parallel room about interdisciplinary learning, all session links are accessible from the edufest webpage and your Eventbrite registration. We'll then have real espresso, a short morning tea break at around 10:30, with the aim that we reconvene at around 10:45 to explore at the roundtable some fantastic examples of societal challenge impact projects that the Faculty of Engineering has been shaping and driving for many years already. We will then overlay that with parallel workshops that kick in from about 11:15, again in the upstairs room over here. The Indigenous Knowledges and Intellectual Property workshop first will be led by our wonderful PVC for Indigenous Education, Chris Evans, followed by Embedding Climate Science game in courses led by Tanya Leimbach. So we now have a mighty 3 minutes to allow everyone a little bit of time to decide whether they would like to stay down here, move upstairs and actually physically get from A to B. And I look forward to seeing you in a little while. Thank you.
I think we can start. I think most people are making their way to the different rooms. So as was just said, this is the Curricula in Action for Societal Impact Goals session. The other session is upstairs. This is hosted by the UNSW Medicine and Health faculty. I would like to, as well, say we gathered today on Medical lands, and of course the different campuses across that UNSW is on different lands, and those people joining from home. So this is who I'd like to thank. This is our committee, and here you've got Jackie and I running the session downstairs, and upstairs is Kelly, Joyce and Nancy. We have decided to run this slightly different in terms of questions because it's 4 minutes and it's really quick, we know that. We're going to have this Padlet session. There's a different session for upstairs. If I can ask everyone to also put their phones on silent, but scan the code. I will be, every thank you slide will have the same Padlet. So if you have a question, please put it on there. The aim of that is that our speakers can respond live. As well, the people from home can also access the same Padlet. And if we have time at the end, we will definitely do some live questions. On the Padlet, can you please add your name and your faculty, because it is anonymous, and this whole aim of these talks and why we've split the groups and why we've done so many quick rapid fire is to get exposure for the different ideas and of course to make connections and collaborations. Fantastic. So I'll hand over to Jackie to do the introduction.
Thank you, Sharon. Just for our speakers, just a reminder, we will be very brutal today because we need to keep to time. So we will be giving you a sign down here at 1 minute, and then I'll be stepping up because we don't have music like the Oscars. I'll have to step on stage to let you know it's time to stop. So I'd like to start. We're only going to introduce our main speaker, but we are very, very grateful to have lots of co-presenters that can be introduced by the main speaker. But we're starting today with George Stracando.
Good morning. Thank you for the organizers. Thanks for UNSW Medicine and Health. Thanks for Jackie, Kelly, and Sharon for all your help. So for those who do not know me, I'm George from the School of Information System Technology and Management, and I co-lead the Education for Sustainable Development Community of Practice with my colleague Emma Mills from ADA. On this project, I would like to acknowledge, in addition to Emma, Maria, Chris, and Ben. I think I've seen Ben somewhere here. Anyway, so all right, so UNSW has a strong reputation to research and societal impact, but when it comes to education for sustainability, I think we still have a lot of work to do. And at the moment, there is no clear university-wide system to make sure every student graduates with verified sustainability skills. So this gap exists because few issues. Our values and strategies support sustainability, but we have not yet turned them into commitment for students to measure their sustainability learning outcomes. And this affects UNSW performance in global sustainability education ranking. And more importantly, it limits our graduates' from being able to be changing the world. And UNSW has got the expertise, has got the commitment and the people, but what we need is the infrastructure to measure, recognize, and reward sustainability learning across our disciplines. So what we are proposing is a sustainable citizen initiative. And this is not a new thing. So for those who are from business, we know in business we've got the MyBcom. It's a point system that gives some credibility for students. Also yesterday I heard Associate Professor Will Clapton and Professor Emma Kirby from ADA talking about the skills passport. So our goal in this project is to build sustainability literacy and mindset across all programs and disciplines through a university-wide recognition system. And the value is to empower every student to connect learning with real-world impact. And this initiative definitely is aligned with our societal impact framework and Progress for All strategy. How we do it? We're proposing 2 phases. In the first phase, for those who know, the Education for Sustainable Development Community of Practice, we hosted the authors of the Advanced HE Toolkit back in October for the whole week between UNSW Sydney and Canberra. And this toolkit provides a practical step-by-step way to embed sustainability thinking into learning and teaching. So if you'd like to know more about this, I'll be available at the poster session at midday today, and I'm happy to talk to you about the toolkit, and I've got copies to hand to you. And we can also do a few other things like map some existing courses. I know at UNSW there are a lot of mapping, a lot of other initiatives, and we can embed some ESG competencies and pilot some sustainability portfolios. And of course, we can run some awareness campaigns like which SDG have you unlocked this semester. The second phase, and I heard yesterday Associate Professor Scott Mooney from Science talking about micro-credential. So we try to bundle badges into formal micro-credential. And that requires some curated portfolios with reflection, and that could be assessed by faculty or some SDG committees. And also we can talk with UNSW admission and have that on the student transcript. So if we end up to get this project done and hope we can get some buy-in, that will improve sustainability literacy across disciplines and stronger graduate employability. It enhances institutional reputation, and it provides a visible UNSW commitment to the UN 2030 agenda. So our next step is to launch the pilot using the Advanced HE Toolkit, and we want to build partnership between schools, between professional teams, and of course with the center team. I'm glad we've got Tini and Sarah here, so hopefully we can get some buy-in from you. And again, if you'd like to join the community of practice, the ESC COP, the QR code is on the screen. I'll be available at the poster session. I've got some postcard, I've got the Advanced HE Toolkit, and happy to talk more about you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. We'd like to welcome our next speaker, Michael Lee, and his co-presenters.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Lee. I'm from Physiotherapy in the School of Health Sciences. Today, I brought along my colleagues to stand there being pretty while I talk to you about authentic learning and how we have used that in our program. Obviously, they've been heavily contributors into the authentic learning aspects of our program. So as you all know, authentic learning has a heavy emphasis on learning real-world, complex, task-specific competency tasks. It helps develop clinical reasoning and allow learners to transfer their skills from basic knowledge to application. This allows them to apply their skills in a variety of settings, and it's obviously very important for physiotherapy and other competency-based training programs like medicine and nursing. This authentic learning, if implemented correctly and scaffolded appropriately, allows the student to build confidence across their program, and because they can make mistakes in low-stake environments, they can learn from their mistakes, and it really sets the tone of what the reality of patient-centered care looks like. So how we do that in a health professional program? Well, in the early part of our program, we like to introduce simulated activities or simulation-based activities, and I'll show you some examples of how we utilize technology to facilitate authentic learning. And this may involve simple communication-based practices with their colleagues or peers, and we also have other ways we can facilitate communication, how to gain informed consent. In the later part of the program, we move towards more supervised practice. So their manual skills, they will get feedback on their techniques, and we have things like OSCE and practical exam to further enhance their competency in their skills aspects. And then obviously, like most programs, we have clinical placement where they have the opportunity to actually encounter and take care of real patients in real authentic environments. So some examples we have used in our program include we did using Articulate 360, it's a platform called Storyline. It's a very commonly used online learning platform. We did a mock-up of what an electronic patient record will look like, which is commonly used in all hospitals and private practices. So we give the students some exposure to how to retrieve information for a particular patient, for a case study, for the tutorial, so they get used to that digital retrieval of information. We also work with the immersive technology team to actually embed a virtual conversation using AI sim platform. It's called Icon. And here the student can actually practice taking their medical history with the patient, and they'll get feedback from the AI on how they're doing, again, in a very low-risk environment to perfect their communication skills. Okay, another example is use of virtual reality, 3D goggles to teach students how to perform auscultation and how to listen to breath sounds, and that's largely driven by Serena Hone here. Here's her in action. So we designed activities where the student can actually use their 3D goggles and have a simulated patient in front of them. They can turn them around, listen to a different part of the chest, and listen to different breath sounds and learn from the activity before they undertake the same skills in each other. And also, again, they will have the opportunity in during their clinical placements. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael and team, and apologies for our first IT slip-up. It's bound to happen. Hopefully that won't happen again. So I'd like to now introduce Ingrid Jimenez-Barbosa and her co-presenters as well.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ingrid Jimenez Barbosa from the School of Optometry and Vision Science, along with Dr. Ribatimani from the same school, and Lucy Jo from the Medicine. She is an education developer from the Medicine and Health faculty. So our experience is about an escape room. So we can apply an escape room in one of our tutorials. So today, there was a pedagogical exercise that we wanted to do as a part of a tutorial. And I don't know if you know what is escape room, but an escape room is a structured activity that in which the students try to solve puzzles and challenges in a set time frame to achieve a goal. Our audience was a third-year vision science students. And in this context, so they need to get a goal that was foster engagement, collaboration, and motivation, addressing at the same time complex topics that are related to aging and vision, biohacking, and sustainability, aligned with all the sustainability development goals. The format that we used was a 2-hour experience featuring both digital and physical challenges. And our escape room was based on the 3 pedagogical approaches. The first one is the constructivist learning. The second one is the problem-based learning. And the third one, the collaborative approach. We follow a structure of 6 steps. The first step was to define the objective. So we review with Rivatimani, that was the convener, the learning outcomes, and then select the topics. We create a narrative, so create like a book with a story relevant to vision science and including some societal challenges. Next, we develop the puzzles. So these require an application of knowledge just beyond to just recall concepts. And then the day that we were in front of the students, so we present the objectives of the escape room, the rules, and we mentioned that they have 15 to 20 minutes to move to the next station and solve the puzzles. They work in groups of 5 to 6 students, and at the end, we want to evaluate the effectiveness of the activity, so we apply some surveys. So this is how our escape room looks like. So there are 5 stations. The first station, we call it as an aging eye, so we include some puzzles and a clip, a Hollywood movie clip about reverse aging. We use the curious case of Benjamin Button. And the second station was the biohackers lab. We included a real case of a biohacker that the students need to match a game on anti-aging practices. The third one was sustainability puzzle that links some of the SDGs with vision care. The fourth one is the evolution of sight, that students sculpt an eye and solve a riddle. And the last one was the vision crisis, where they apply their clinical skills in a case analysis. So the results were highly positive. 95% enjoyed the activity and found it engaging. Station 4 was one of the most popular. 64% of students considered this a good one because they could put their hands-on in the Play-Doh task. And students said in general that it was an interactive, helpful activity to consolidate knowledge and fun way to learn. So the escape room approach was a successfully engaged activity for these complex topics, achieving 4.6 out of 5 satisfaction score, and it demonstrates that active, interactive strategies can be powerful tools for teaching scientific content with societal relevance. Our future directions are to refine the design and apply the escape room next year in the same course and maybe in other courses or disciplines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ingrid and team. And we'd like to now introduce Ali Daraje, who is presenting next.
Hello, everyone. This project is done by in collaboration with different schools in the university, especially the School of Education and Dr. Sarah Mashayek. All right, so as all of you know, one of the main issues that we have in higher degree education is the lack of lab equipment. And it's not just about low-budget universities. Even in a high-ranked university like UNSW, we don't have enough lab equipment, especially high-end lab equipment for all the students. And it makes a serious problem. It means that the students don't have enough opportunity to use lab equipment. So what is the solution? Virtual labs. Okay, so all of us are familiar with virtual labs. But the idea of virtual labs is not new. If we go back to early 2000 or even 1995, we had virtual labs. But by the emergence of virtual reality and metaverse and Gen AI, we can take this into the next level. And now in the School of Computer Science, we are working on a metaverse platform for the university, which simulated the university campus. And it has different buildings. Each one represents one of their schools. And when students go to each building, they can use the equipment, different lab equipments of that specific school. For example, in this example, you see a school of mechanical engineering and a $2 million robot that we have in this school. So imagine that we have more than 2,000 students in the School of Mechanical Engineering, but we only have one manufacturing robot for all of them. And now with the use of this platform and the integrated Gen AI, all the students can use it, and we have a virtual tutor that can guide the students through doing this process. So far, we collaborated with different schools, medical science, to bring their labs and the PCR procedure into this platform. School of Civil Engineering, Electrical Engineering, and all of them are research projects currently. And based on the results, we found that the performance of the students in the virtual lab, in these virtual labs, is almost same as their performance in the physical lab. And since it's in VR, we have embedded cognition. It means that they can have their body movement, which is that can replicate the way that they interact in the real world. And one of the latest projects is with the School of Art, and it's for teaching art students, filmography students, how to set a scary scene or a romantic scene, how to make different scenes by setting the camera position and lightings. So these equipments are not available for all the students, and now they can set the camera composition, lighting, and get live feedback from AI. The main difference between this project and the previous project is that in the previous project, we only had the Gen AI as a form of an avatar that could answer the students' questions and give them feedback. But in this one, it can analyze the visuals and the whole environment, and then based on the camera compositions and different things, different factors, give them a feedback. So as a summary, we can say that the benefit of this platform for students is that we can give them we can give the same opportunity to all the students to use the costly lab equipment. For lecturers, they can make the courses as practical as possible, and especially for low-budget institutes, in rural areas, they can just purchase a virtual reality headset and enable all the students to use costly lab equipment. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ali. I've got Ali's phone now too, so I've done well. I'll give it. Thank you very much to time. Appreciate it. And just a reminder, please, there's some questions coming in on the Padlet. We'd love some engagement, so please, even if it's a love heart, if we can engage with our presenters, we would appreciate it. And now I'd like to introduce Lynn Nguyen and her co-presenters.
How can we go back? How can we go back? Yes. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lin Nguyen, and this is my colleague, Miso Kim. We are both from Center for Social Impact. Today, we are very pleased to present on behalf of our community partner, Peter Coley, the founder and CEO of Indigi Growth Social Enterprise, our indigenous student, Carlos Brennan, and our colleagues from CSI, Dong Julie and Chen Nguyen. In this presentation, we will share how we collaborated with Indigro Social Enterprise to integrate indigenous knowledge for societal impact in our work-integrated learning course, Social Entrepreneurship Practicum for undergraduate students. Indigro is a 100% Aboriginal-owned and operated social enterprise grounded in indigenous culture with multiple missions. Restoring native biodiversity, preserving indigenous culture, caring for country, and providing sustainable employment opportunities for young indigenous people through 5 key pillars: workforce, employment, skills and training, retail, and education. The special about this cooperation is that Peter Cooley is our first indigenous graduate from UNSW CSI graduate certificate for social impact. It's great to have him coming back to the classroom to share his inspiring journey with our current student. Peter has a very strong aspiration to create social impact through Indigro. He said, I want to create impact that then allows Aboriginal people to progress, participate in Australian society, but become more equal in our society. I want us to participate in the economy equally, just like everyone else. Our collaboration with Indigro includes key activities. We have student groups working on the social impact report to communicate Indigro social impact with different stakeholders. Peter came to the classroom as a guest speaker, sharing insights on Indigro philosophy, social impact, vision, missions, and other values, as well as hosting our students to an excursion to Indigro nursery. And we also co-author a teaching case study focusing on Indigro with Peter and our indigenous student, Carlos. Here are some of the images and reflections from our students from the excursion to Indigro excursion. Students had opportunity to learn about the native plants, the bush foods, and hearing cultural significant stories. And Michelle can share more about the case studies.
Yes. So we just submitted our case study a few months ago, and it's titled Measuring and Demonstrating Social Impact of an Indigenous Social Enterprise, the Indigro case study. It's meaningful because it's a collaboration between both research team and education team in CSI, as well as our indigenous student and also Indigro. And we are targeting this global audience by addressing the complexities of measuring impact within indigenous cultural context. And this case study, we intend to use both Lynn's course and my course called Demonstrating Social Impact, taught in MBA and grad cert course. And did you know that only 3% of our Australian plants are indigenous? Anyone growing indigenous plant at home? Yes. Actually, before meeting Peter, I never thought about buying indigenous plant because it's not really easily accessible and available. But after meeting Peter, we all visited Peter's Indigro recently. And to support both environmental and social sustainability, please learn about indigenous plants and visit Indigro and also learn about our case study as well. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Lynn and Miso. I'd like to introduce Tamina Akhtar.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm super excited to be here. I'm Tamina. And I'm here again with my son's airplane, very, very excited, and also excited because I'm very passionate about what I'm going to talk about, bringing this little story from the integrated first year of Bachelor of Commerce from the course that I'm responsible for called COM 1180. And what we do there is we have this small goal-setting strategy that we use with our students, partners, when we start the 10 weeks journey. Let's begin. All right, why this strategy? Now, think about a busy airport. Who likes airports here? Can we raise hands? Yeah. I get very nervous when I'm in an airport by myself, and I see a busy airport, I just feel our students, when they are in a large course like ours with 600 to 1,200 students and all of them with diverse learning needs, I feel that they feel like they are lost, just like I am in a very busy airport, right? So that's the reality of our large course, and which is why this goal-setting strategy that we use in the very first meeting with our students' partners help them to have a purpose. We see our courses as a journey, and we want our students to be there as a co-pilot, not just passengers, right? And we don't want to wait till the end to get feedback. Feedback doesn't have to be the final checkpoint. It can be in between as well. So, which is why we start with, I have to go back. Yeah. We start with this strategy called Dream, Define, Do. So in their very first meeting, our students' partners get to dream and share their dream with us, visualize the dream of the learning journey, how they want it to be, and then they define it with SMART goals. What is it that they really want? Inclusive, collaborative, engaging. How do they want it to be, right? And then they do it. We meet weekly, every week. We meet with our students' partners and we discuss. They are the communication channel for us to hear the voice from these 600 to 1,200 students. They bring what the cohort wants, what are the issues that they're facing, and together we brainstorm and think of solutions that can be done for that particular term. Now, when we are doing all these different activities, there are times when things may not go as planned. The goals that we set at the very beginning not necessarily will work, right? That's when we probably take espresso shots and then just readjust our plan and help each other to have that learning journey that they've dreamt of. And then at the end, we land and reflect. So from vision to impact, how this dream, define, do transform learning, it helps our students to feel that they belong. It helps them to feel that, okay, they are actually not just students here, they are co-creators. It helps them to see that they're getting more than just the course itself, the transferable skills that we nurture. And the impact, this small goal-setting strategy turns into it creates a very big impact. It does align with these big goals. How? It builds transferable skills that will go beyond the course, go beyond the whole program, right? They lead meetings, they bring student-led agenda, and they run projects throughout the term. And it doesn't directly enable healthy lives. However, it helps reduce anxiety by building confidence. And it does strengthen resilience and cohesion by working together, collaborating, and then also through adaptability. So that's a little story from COM 1180, which is Dream, Define, and Do. Thanks, everyone.
Thank Thank you so much, Tamina. Our next speaker is Priya Karna Pathak.
Thanks, everyone. My name is Priya, and I am a Nexus Fellow from School of Clinical Medicine, and I am joined with my colleague from Nexus, Ben. Together, we are, sorry, hang on. Together, we are going to talk about how we can embed societal impact and societally impactful curricula into every program within UNSW. I will be doing some conceptual framing, and Ben will be talking about the work that is being happening in Nexus. Now, if you look at the social media posts and conversations in higher education, what you see is this. This is kind of reflecting not a shock wave that has been created just by the AI, but in some ways, society is actually challenging the very purpose of higher education and the very relevance of universities. And in this era where our purpose of higher education and universities is being challenged, we really question that how can our programs be impacted and impact societal determinants. Now, on one hand, society is questioning the very purpose of higher education. But on the other hand, when we do have an opportunity to reform our programs, we fall back to this default 1960s model of curricular alignment, the Biggs constructivist curricular alignment. And I'm talking about the underarching and overarching curricular model and not just the individual pedagogical model. Some of you who are from STEM disciplines might recognize that I have adapted this from the STS approach. So curriculum is more than alignment. Education is more than curriculum. Education is an intersection of technology, especially in these times, and society, and and the technological and societal influences then impact the human agency. So with this in mind, how can every program in UNSW impact the societal frameworks? For us, we define societal impact as the explicit cultivation of values, advocacy, and long-term commitment among every student in UNSW to maximize the societal benefit of their disciplinary capabilities. And the question is, how do we do that? We propose a 4-tier model or an overarching curricular model for this. Every program can embed the awareness of societal developmental goals or societal impact through the disciplinary foundational knowledge. Then we move up and encourage students to engage with the social determinants or within the social context. And some of the examples that we just saw in the presentations before ours. We move up the ladder, and then we make sure that every student is influenced or can exert influences in terms of their values, their behaviors, and their dispositions in terms of inter- and transdisciplinary immersive learning. And one of the examples would be student-led clinics in medicine and health. And lastly, student-based initiatives. And one of the beautiful examples is students' own outreach programs within the community. Overarching, the curricular frameworks are absolutely necessary so that we don't default back to the 1960s model of constructive alignment. And this is where I propose soft systems thinking and programmatic perspectives to maximize the transformative nature of curriculum. And now I would hand over Ben to talk about what's happening at Nexus. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. Lovely words. So in Nexus, we're all about enabling people and enabling educators so they can empower students. So what we've been trying to do in our Societal Impact Challenge Project squad is look at all the wonderful practice that's happening. And we've investigated a huge range of courses looking at how they align to the Societal Impact Framework, and then whether they fit into certain sort of pedagogical elements that we might consider a Societal Impact Challenge project, working together in teams, to really do something with a learning partner in the real world, as a quick summary. We've investigated collaboratively with a whole host of you, over 200 plus courses, and identified numerous existing models, and really hope that you can join us later on with a plug for our session to discuss them more. So those fantastic models, some of which on Priya's table you'll be able to check out, but also some others. And examples of practice, which are really important. And then lastly, some questions for you, because that session, obviously we're really keen on your perspectives, but if you don't have a moment, we'd really like to capture them. So if you could use the QR code, we want to see how we can increase understanding about where societal impact challenge projects fit within as a transformative learning experience within a more broadly education that has societal impact. So some questions there for you. How do we distinguish between societal impact challenge projects and more traditional will experiences? How do we enable societal impact challenge projects to happen at scale for all students by 2034? And what are the things we need to do to enable them? So please join us. Please have a conversation with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bria and Ben. And Brenda has put down her knitting to come and join us. So the next speaker is Brenda Tronson.
Thanks very much, Jackie. I'm here with my colleague Miriam Boisseau, also from the Faculty of Law and Justice. We're both short, so I just needed to make sure the mic was at an appropriate level. So we are going to be talking about the use of visuals in both practice and education, using law as a case study, although of course this is something that can apply to many different disciplines. The first example that I've got up here is something that I might use as a barrister, as a lawyer, in court, making an argument to a judge. It's a fictional example of a chronology. Now, a chronology is a really common example of how we make arguments in court to help the judge see what the timeline is so that the judge can understand what has happened when. In this example, I've also used colour. So this is an example where I'm saying that someone has engaged in fraud against a couple of different people, and I've used green to show where the relevant conduct is happening in relation to one person, and orange to show where it's happening in relation to another. And that will allow me to make an argument to a judge to help that judge understand how that conduct has impacted the two people either differently or in a similar way. Ultimately, this is what we want our students to be able to do as well at the end of their degree, whether they're going to be advocates in court, communicating to clients, or communicating to other audiences. One difference, though, in how I might use visuals in teaching, because of course that's also something that I might do, and how I might use it in court, is that I'll ask the students to prepare their own visuals. And now I'll hand over to Miriam to talk more about that and the example that's now up on the screen. Thank you.
Thanks, Brenda. Imagine a law student. Let's call her Mana. Mana is bright, motivated, and dedicated. However, she struggles with the amount of information and of text she needs to process. She finds it hard to remember all the legal elements and often has difficulty understanding how things fit together. Then, during a study hall session, a facilitator, let's name him Ruchira, shows her a simple visual method, how to break down a case into a diagram. Initially, she finds the process of translating text into visuals quite challenging, but with a little guidance and encouragement, she manages to do it. Bit by bit, Mana gains confidence in her ability to use visuals to make sense of complex legal information. She uses them to structure information, summarize it, or draw connections. She soon realizes how useful and applicable this is to her field of study. She no longer feels overwhelmed with a large amount of text. She has found a solution to manage it, and her grades improve. And here are some examples: a flowchart that maps legal relationships, and a timeline that places the powers of court on a continuum, highlighting differences in constitutionalism across countries. If students learn to create these visuals themselves, the deep cognitive process of translating text-based information into visual form helps them retain the material more effectively. Students who can translate complex legal text into visuals are also better equipped to communicate legal ideas to lay people in accessible ways. These skills can also strengthen advocacy, helping these future lawyers present arguments more clearly. Ultimately, these students are making a broader societal impact. So I'd like to leave you with this question: how might you use visuals in your own field? And how can you help your students build visual literacy so they can make a difference in their future professions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda and Miriam. And our final speaker we have today is Diana Perch.
Thank you. And first of all, I have to say I'm not Diana Perch. I'm presenting on behalf of Diana Perch and myself, Sharon Aris. I'm the Nexus Fellow for the School of Social Sciences, and I'm also the Program Director for the Bachelor of Social Sciences. And what I'm really wanting to talk about today is a zoom back a little bit to really the level that Ben and Priya were talking about, which is the program level approach, and how we have used getting students ready for AI and incorporating AI into the curriculum at a program level planning that I think is also going to give us some really good modelling for just putting in all the social impacts into our curriculum in a coordinated way. And just to let you know a little bit about the Bachelor of Social Sciences, there are 13 specialisations in this and only 8 core units. And so when we think about giving students a coherent program, those 8 core units need to do a lot of work to give students an integrated sense of what is important to know. So, because I'm also a sociologist, you're about to learn just a tiny bit of sociology. And this comes from Basil Bernstein. It's called the pedagogic device. Just reading across literally those top lines: field of production, field of recontextualisation, field of reproduction. This is just saying to you that knowledge gets translated into curriculum in a 3-step process. Knowledge is produced in industry and it's produced in universities, but it's not something students generally have direct application or knowledge of in the actual knowledge production process. Somebody invents something, they patent it, somebody creates a way of doing something, they put it into a peer-reviewed journal. That happens apart from curriculum. Then we want to take it into curriculum. That's the middle bit. That's the field of recontextualisation. And what we do is say, well, what counts from that? What do we prioritise? What do we put where in a curriculum and what do we ignore? That is often done by an accrediting body giving us requirements. In the case of the Bachelor of Social Sciences, we don't have an accrediting body, so we need to find ways to talk to our industry about what matters most. Then after that, it gets retranslated and reproduced in a classroom, and that is by the teacher and in sort of interaction with students. In terms of AI, for us, we have gone out to industry and spent some time with industry saying, well, how is AI actually being used in government? Short answer, everywhere, often without government really wanting it, and sometimes with government really wanting it. Government is doing lots of AI development. It's also sometimes trying to stop public servants using AI. But Helen Dickinson, professor down in Canberra from UNSW, has found public servants are using it. They're just doing it without integrating it officially. Then we've defined some AI capabilities, and so we've crafted a capability statement that we're trying to now look at putting as a program learning outcome within industry. And then from there, we are integrating that in throughout our course learning outcomes. This is what I've put in a blog, but what I just wanted to invite you to think about, and I've talked a little bit about how we find this out, is I think it needs to be a two-way process, and this is the new thing I'm workshopping here today, so I'd love your feedback. We usually just think of it transmitting one way, but we think actually there's a two-way transmission, and that from what happens in the classroom and how students use AI in the classroom is now changing how we've crafted our capability statement. We've expanded our idea of what's important, and we're actually now taking this to industry conferences to say to them, we think this is the core skills and knowledges, but you tell us more. So we're using the student use in the classroom to inform a program learning outcome. And from there, we're also going back to industry and saying, when you employ a student to go into the public service, what do you really need them to know in terms of both AI, but also in terms of their human skills and their augmented skills? So I would suggest that the other thing, just to quickly put in, is the open question. And again, your feedback would be very welcome. Is there also a role, and I think this speaks to what Sarah was saying earlier in terms of the sort of societal impact, that we also want students to have direct access to knowledge production, to be working on wicked problems that don't necessarily currently have solutions. And particularly for undergrads, I think this is something we've not done in the past, and I think this is heading our societal impact structure in a really radically positive new direction, where we're actually going to turn out graduates already working on problems, not just work ready, but working on problems. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and a massive thank you to our speakers. Sometimes I think it's easier if you're given an hour to talk about something. 4 minutes is really fast, and as a result, we're really thrilled that we've got a little bit of time for questions. We don't have a roving mic down unless we get one. So if anyone has a question, if you could just, for now, come up to the mic, and then I'm going to invite the speakers. Oh, there is one. Sorry. Oh, there we go. There's one. So there's a roving mic which Jackie's got. So if anyone has a question, please stand up, because it's a bit hard to see. There we go. It's quite hard to see when you're up here looking down. Thank you.
I had a question about the escape room. I actually posted the question there. I wanted to see how you is it physically done or is it in virtual room? I want to see how you really did. If I want to do it, how we can do it in our class.
Hi. It was a mix. So we create with Lucy Moodle Sandpit with the same escape room physical. So we have both things in the room, physical and digital. The students were in the room.
Maybe move the mic.
No, they were in the classroom, in the tutorial time.
So we designed this escape room in a computer-based activities. So few activities are online, they have to answer questions, and few are making a model of the eye so that they can represent what they learned in the course. So it's a combination of both so that they can move their body, and then they can move from one station to another. And Lucy was helping us in designing all this. It took time. But we will next year do even more better version of this, and then we are going to apply ethics, and we want to present it in the conferences. Thank you.
Superb. Thank you. There's a question at the back.
Hello. Just to go off that, what platforms or tools did you use to create the actual escape rooms, and how long did it roughly take, the lead time?
Thanks for the question. So for the digital ones, we use Moodle Sandpits. So Moodle is where everybody can access to with whoever has that ID. And the reason why we separated into that Sandpit was, the Moodle course shells are used for the course. We didn't want to mix those two, and we want to continue to use it. So sandpit meaning like it's not facing students, so it's a playground for the staff, and whoever is enrolled using the enrollment key can access it. So we use that, and also we used H5P for the students to plug in their answers for the quizzes, because we did have the physical elements, like physical materials for the students to discuss among their peers, but actually they had to like plug in the answers online. So we also replicated that physical materials online as well for the students to access, you know, both on the screen as well as, you know, like physical interactions. So yeah, that's how we did it. I hope that answers the question.
I have another question if there isn't one. My question, I can't see anyone with their hands up yet. My question is for Brenda and Miriam's team. It was fascinating that this is revisited. Like, you would have thought this was something that people would learn at school, kids would learn at school. So I wondered, I might have missed it. How old were the children? Were they first years or older years? And is it very specific on certain children that didn't learn, I didn't say children, sorry, that didn't learn the skill? And just your interest of maybe how this should feed back. I mean, it's a learning skill that I thought that they'd learn earlier. I love the idea that we should revisit it, and maybe it should go further into, you know, other programs. So.
The thing about law is it's so verbal, and many people who both teach and practice and also study law do it because we love words. So it's actually something that we tend to forget, that the visual information can be really useful as well. So I don't think, we don't think we're talking about anything new. We're just trying to, as you say, reintegrate it, reintroduce it. In terms of the levels of students, I will use some visual cueing either in what I'm presenting to students or in what I'm asking them to do in any course that I teach. And at the moment, I'm mostly teaching core subjects, so kind of first to third or first to fourth year in the LLB. Thank you.
That's so interesting. So then maybe I can just suggest we should be doing this both ways. Like, courses that are very visual should be rethinking about the re-emphasising those early skills that people learned. Anyway, it's a very nice idea. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon.
Any other questions? Because we've got another few minutes. I don't know if there's some of the Padlet is up there. If there isn't, I might have a question from kind of the left. I'd love to hear more about the indigenous plants. Are they still in the room? I don't know if anyone else was thinking, and I'm not from Australia, so I'm owning that, especially in the theme of our what plants are indigenous. Did you get students to actually plant? You said you did yourselves plant indigenous plants in your gardens, but did you get students to do that?
No, actually we had an excursion for 30 minutes. So the student had an opportunity to visit the nursery, they see the grants, they can smell the flowers on campus, and hear stories from Peter about the journey. Yeah, but the student, so just about the visit.
And apparently we have a lot of indigenous trees in our campus. So actually there is a tour for indigenous tree tour on campus. If you contact sustainability team, there's a 1 hour tree tour. I'm planning to do it for my students next year. So and we went to nursery, our CSI team, and then Peter, the owner, the founder, told us a lot of stories about different indigenous eatable plants and berries and so on. So it was really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it gives us all something to think about. Thank you. I found that super interesting. So we should include that maybe in the welcome, when UNSW welcomes students to campus. Yeah, it's a great way. I think we are finished, yeah.
Yeah, thank you once again to all of our speakers. We really appreciate your time and to everyone who has come here. We now have a 15-minute break for morning tea, and then if we could ask you to please come back for those that are staying for the next session at 10:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
What is VIP program? It's about uniting education, research, innovation, design, and societal impact. That's the inception from the start of the VIP program. And usually it's team-based and long-term. We aim for 3-4 years long projects so that the students actually keep working on a similar outcome towards a goal. And the main idea is actually it's transdisciplinary. We pull together students from many areas, and they try to develop skills outside of their rigid curriculum. And usually it's based on the faculty mentors' interest. It could be research interest. It could be any project interest. And in return, of course, the students get actually course credit at the end of that. That's a major distinction from the student projects. And the learning outcomes, it's actually outside of the curriculum. It's a nice ground to provide an environment to practice what they have learned. But in addition to that, they develop actually professional skills such as project management, pitching, and all of those important skills for their future career. So how we started, a brief 2018, we started actually with a working group as part of the Faculty of Engineering Experiential Learning Program. Our Deputy Dean is here. You can talk to him about the program. How can we introduce a program which allows pretty much every student, that's our ultimate aim, going through the Faculty of Engineering actually experience some form of experiential learning experience. And then in 2019, we introduced a pilot program and introduced 3 courses. It was a serious challenge coming up with 3 courses with content, curriculum, assessment structure. We had to go through multiples of revisions to be able to come up with a suitable assessment structure. And then 2020, we rolled out to the faculty from 8-9 projects to 20+ projects. And then, of course, COVID came. And we had to step back. And then it was in a survival mode for entire 2021 and 2022. We managed to survive. Students were so enthusiastic, even on an online environment, we managed to actually continue with these projects. And then the 2022, towards the end, the restrictions starts easing, and then the total project numbers actually reached 25. 2023, we had 30 projects. And then we realized that we are expanding too fast, and we decided to consolidate, stop introducing new projects, and we looked into how we can consolidate the projects. And then we reduced the number of projects to 20. We were experimenting what is the capacity within the faculty in terms of running these projects. And then in 2025, we are talking about now operationalization and how can we scale it up in relation to the university's operational strategy, which I'll come back to that at the end. And we started the first pillar, VIP research. Originally, the VIP is actually set up around academics research interests, but we realized quickly that there are other ways of forming VIP projects. And then we extended those pillars to some of the student projects rolled into VIP program. And then we have VIP industry. There are a lot of industries actually coming to us. We have this problem, we have this idea, but we don't have time to actually look into it. Can we set up a VIP project to explore what comes out of it? Rode microphone is a typical example. And the final pillar is the entrepreneurship. How can we commercialize some of these technologies developed within the VIP program and set up a startup, of course. From the inception, this is before UNSW's Societal Impact Framework came out, we thought about the societal impact, and this is actually our expression of interest form. And we specifically asked United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and we looked at how to frame it, and then finally we decided to use the UN SDGs as a framework to structure project around that. So when the academics set up a VIP program, they need to let us know which SDGs actually they are aligning for. And this is something that we looked into. It's not quite complete, but SDG tracker, if you wish. So that each project and then which SDGs actually they are contributing. And at some stage, we need to have a look at to what extent they are achieving the societal impact, because some of these projects are very short-term. They can achieve the impact. You can see it immediately. Some of them long-term, 3 years, 4 years projects, of course. How do we go about doing it? Usually, it's always bottom-up. An academic or industry comes up with a project idea, and they submit an EOI. They fill up their form. And then we go through in the faculty to make sure that it's interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary. We don't allow projects within a same school. That defeats the purpose. So it must be at least interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary in between the faculties, which I'll come back to that. And then once we are happy, we set up the web page, and the recruitment starts for next year. For instance, for next year's project, we've already started recruitment, and we establish a professional team structure. And usually it's a matrix project structure. I came from industry, so that's actually what we do. So we have a project and the teams from second year to fourth, and we sometimes allow master students to enroll in as well. And it cuts through pretty much all faculties. We have different exams from medicine, engineering, science. For instance, we are starting now with UNSW Canberra. They are joining into the crowd as well. And then usually there's a lead academic, and then we make sure that there are sub-team leaders. We don't want an academic who does not know a discipline area to mentor, supervise, and assess students. So if you need an electrical engineering, for instance, skill set, we invite someone from the electrical engineering actually to join in to make sure that the students' learning are well catered. This year, we have 21 teams, and then there are 320 students enrolled. And then currently, the enrollments are open for T3, and we are looking at 23% increase from previous year. And there are a lot of resourcing issues that we need to resolve in order to be able to get to the scale that we want, of course. So how do we scale up? I mean, this is going to be the conversation, and at the moment, we've been, since 2021, 2022, we've been having interfaculty actually projects with medicine and engineering, for instance. What we are doing is that we have 3 courses specifically set up for VIP program, and then the students from other faculties can enroll into these projects through as an elective or gen ed. They are allowed to do that, and that's how we've been actually getting students from other faculties. Within our faculty, they can only do it as an elective. But at the moment, we are working with science and University UNSW Canberra. So not every faculty needs to set up actually, standalone courses to join in the VIP program. But alternatively, you can set up 3 courses within your faculty. And then what we can do then, for instance, engineering faculty student then enroll into a project run in the Faculty of Science as an elective and gen ed. So that also increases the chance of students actually taking up these projects as well. And this is what we are experimenting at the moment. After 6 years, what we have learned is that it's a wonderful way to enhance actually student learning and faculty research. It's a two-way gain, and they enable new partnerships and create multidisciplinary opportunities. Students actually can see the big picture when they are developing technologies. Everyone participates in innovation, even if it's not actually in their direct area of interest. I think the most important, especially after the COVID, there's a compelling reason to have a campus. And the deepens, broaden actually university community. I would strongly recommend to actually turn up in makerspaces towards the end of T3 to see, how students are hectically getting ready for the Education Festival to put together the final nuts and bolts for their, prototype, whatever they are working on. And of course, enable students to engage in a meaningful societal impact, because they know from day one what sort of impact the project that they are doing will be in the society. Some of them actually even travel to these remote communities to work with them. And the objective of today, I don't want to take too much of your time actually, is to look into potential scalability beyond engineering in line with the UNSW's operational strategy. What we can, what we can't do, as John explained, that we are going to collect the feedback, go back to faculty, come up with a report, and pass that to Central, to what extent VIP can be scaled up and what that means. And thank you. That's all from my end. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. The colleagues sitting on different tables, of course, they are academic leads running the project, whereas we are behind the scene. If you have any structural issues, admin questions, for instance, I'm happy to answer them. Or you can reach out, via email, and you can also do that as well. This is a Q&A session. If no one has any questions, we can go back to groups and start having the discussions about, potentials of scalability. Gavin.
Thanks, Amy. It strikes me that this potential broadening of the VIP across the university is a great opportunity to look at some of the structural aspects and get learnings from what we've experienced over the last 5 years and see what can be improved there and how that might feed into other faculties as well. So I think they are some of the things that we could discuss today. Of course, we won't come to conclusions, but I think they're things we could explore. And so what I'm getting at is that there's flexibility in the program and the way it develops with other faculties can be quite, possibly more flexible. Well, I'll change that to a question. Can it be more flexible so that we can incorporate other faculties? You mentioned it can be gen eds or electives, but are there other flexibilities that we could build in to the program?
I mean, what would change is I would say, where the project is set up, right? For instance, we are actually in the middle of setting up a project which is going to be run from science faculty. It's going to be a drone project, and the UNSW Canberra already showed interest. Engineering is going to involve. So what's going to happen, the only thing changes from the student, how the VIP run from the academic perspective, there won't be any change. The collaboration will continue, it's exactly the same. What matters, what's going to change is that the student who wants to participate in those projects needs to enroll into the 3 courses provided actually from the science faculty. That's one way to run it, that's what I was referring to. Or if they don't want to do that, we can still run from the engineering faculty and the student enroll into actually engineering courses, because at the end we share the FCUs anyway for whoever is participating, so that's not an issue. But the science faculty, for instance, is actually quite keen to run it through their faculty. And we've already discussed sharing the experience. I'm happy to actually help you set up your course outlines and assessments and all of those things so that you can run from your faculty. But otherwise, the system itself is quite flexible. I don't see any actually obstacles for implementing it. Yes?
Hey, Sami, thanks. It's really exciting to see that that we want to scale it, and one of the from experience, one of the things that we need to consider is how we're going to finance it. Is that, because we've been running pretty lean when we go to the VIP projects, right? And clearly a way to scale it is it needs people. It needs the manpower to actually be able to do mentoring, not 1 to 100, but significant, So how are we going to do that? I'm just wondering.
You are asking 2 separate questions, right? One of them is, you said funding it. Funding is different than resourcing it, right? It's 2 separate things. Of course, we do provide certain amount of funding for VIP projects to finance their consumables, whatever. But the funding at a resource level is a totally separate issue, for instance, academic time, and that brings the workload issue. And this needs to be, I mean, this has been going on within faculty, and there's a great diversity within the engineering faculty, how much people actually spend time on VIP projects. I personally believe, because I came from industry and I run it just like a product development project, and for the exoskeleton project, for instance, I have 12 students, and I spend actually 1 hour per week for 12 students. And the student clearly indicated over and over again, actually, it's more than enough. And so when I look at that from the workload perspective, it's nothing, right? In fact, the only downside is we start actually 8 a.m. in the morning to avoid the clash. But they are happy to come in. So, but then when I look at some of the academics actually how they're running it, they are spending 1 hour per student per week. Now there's a problem. So I think we need to have a different mindset and then have a practice sharing workshop to converge to an optimum solution how we are supposed to run this. And frankly, students clearly state actually they don't want as close supervision. They want to have a flexibility to go away, spend the whole week in the makerspace. So I think you're right, but I'm not quite sure if it requires actually that much manpower to run it.
Yeah, and I think that there's a big difference between being the one overviewing, but I think it's the mentoring that is really important. And that takes time. And that's the part where, sure, I can just spend 1 hour a week with a meeting, but actually addressing the interest of different students requires a mentor. And that does take time.
I mean, there are multidisciplinary projects here, for instance, unsw in one of them. And this is where we discuss this actually quite a bit. It's not something that you can centralize. It needs to be bottom-up, right? So it's about collaboration. So it's quite similar to setting up research projects. So 3-4 people actually get together, set up a project. There's already an established collaboration between them. If people want to set up VIP project and they struggle, majority of my time actually is matchmaking. As a science colleague said from neuroscience, I like to do this project, but I need computer scientists. I don't know anyone. Can you help us out? And I actually sort of bring them together. And they are interested colleagues. Like, I need mechanical engineering experience. I need computer science experience. So we can do that at the faculty level. But at the end of the day, whether you can work with that person, it's something that you need to explore. But I totally agree with that. We need, if you are extending from software to hardware to electronics, you really need one person from different disciplines to be able to mentor those students. I agree with that. And there we can play a central role. I mean, in February, we are going to have the education retreat with all the heads of schools in engineering faculty, for instance. This is one of the discussion points. I mean, nothing's stopping us having the same discussion across faculties, how we can do that. Look, if there's no other question, I don't want, oh, Gavin.
Yes, thanks, Sami. Your points, Ivan, make me think that, from what you said, some mechanisms that we might bring into place to make this work better. And the main one there is the one that you just mentioned about trying to matchmake between different projects, moving students from one place to another, joining different VIPs together. And that's an excellent way to go. I think as we broaden it out across the university, this is something that could happen even more effectively, but it needs to be coordinated to a greater extent. Or not necessarily coordinated, but there needs to be a mechanism to make it happen. And one of the limitations with VIP is the fact that it starts in term 1, and you sort of have to have everything up and running at the beginning of, or very close to the beginning of term 1, and then there's not really much opportunity to make changes through the year. So actually that's something that I think we could address. I hesitate to say having different entries in each term, because that's a challenge, and also will be affected when we move to 2 terms anyway. Not that maybe, but some way to enable some more flexibility as we go through the year. But added to that, I think you also mentioned the possibility of a workshop early on, I think. And so having a workshop just before term 1, where we can sort of do this matchmaking. And find out which, for instance, I've got 1 student enrolled on the project for next year, the VIP for next year. 1 is nowhere near enough. I don't know how many more are going to come. So I need to talk to other people and see what other students there might be, whether we should merge, things along those lines. So I think a workshop like that would be really good at the beginning of term 1, and bring in all our colleagues from the other faculties as well to see how we can put these things together.
Thanks, Kevin. I think you are referring to a very interesting, I didn't get a chance to explain it, because we don't allow rolling enrollments. So you can only enroll in T1 and then it runs all the way to T3. The main obstacle is more of a central. Someone needs to track down the enrollments, especially in the final year when they are about to graduate. There's going to be, because it's a bit like there's no other course in the entire university. 1 course actually runs 3 terms. Even in the thesis, it's actually 3 separate. So we do allow rolling enrollments if the numbers are actually quite big. For instance, unsw can actually do that, but someone needs to track down the enrollments and the admin load goes up. If we are to do that if we scale up, and definitely we need an admin support to address that.
Thanks. I'm from Medicine and Health, and I worked on a project with some of your I think it was honors students. And they came up with a really good model, but then they had to graduate, and then that was the end of the project. So, which was sad, because it was I thought it was a good idea, and it had a lot of potential. So what measures do you have in place to ensure sort of the sustainability of these projects?
Okay, this is also a very interesting question and an important question, because originally VIP programs supposed to be a long term. So we get the student second year, enroll into 2600, and then they continue 3600, 4600, because the workload actually drops dramatically. When they come back to the same project next year, they don't need to know what the project is about, they already know. So that's not happening. That's not happening because of the elective time slots, how much gen ed. So that's a structural issue. If we are to scale up, we need to do something about that. More elective time slot, making a core subject, that's also a possibility. There are alternative ways to do that. That's one way to do that. By the way, medicine is the first faculty we trialed, interfaculty actually, when Adi was Associate Dean, and it worked really well. What we do in our project, for instance, actually, we maintain a central depository for everything which has been done. There are different softwares. You can do it in Microsoft Teams, but we use GitHub, for instance, to keep everything. And in addition to that, in this exoskeleton project, for instance, next year, the student actually finished building the exoskeleton. They will actually come to the first meeting. There's also a sort of handover ceremony, if you wish, mentoring, knowledge transfer. So I think that it's not just what's been developed in knowledge, but also how to use that knowledge is also very important. That's easy if the student from the previous year actually turns up as a next year project. And that's the main aim. We achieve that sometimes, but not always. And that's an obstacle. I don't have a clear, quick answer to that. Maybe other faculties actually don't have that restriction. Maybe it's just the engineering faculty think that it's not even a problem. I'm not quite sure. Yeah.
Hi there, thank you. Sharon from Social Sciences. I would love to get our students involved with this, but so we'll talk.
Sure.
I suspect we're going to have a big structural issue, though, in terms of the way our programs operate versus the way engineering programs operate. And so one thing I wanted to float is, would there be the possibility of students from a different school coming in, not across a whole year, but for one term with a specialist approach? So, for instance, my students are very trained in social research. They could do needs analyses, they could do project evaluation. So would there be the capacity to bring them in to do that specialist bit in cooperation with the engineering team?
Interesting question. Maury actually can also answer this. For instance, we are trying to open up our VIP projects into final year capstone projects. Capstone projects are actually 1 year. The main problem there is that in 10 weeks, it's almost impossible students to actually catch up with what's happening and what's happened. So that's the problem. By the time, usually T1 is a sort of honeymoon period for a lot of the students. They don't know what they are doing. Sort of everything starts happening T2 and T3. So that's a great idea. The problem with that is that then how do we bring those students up to speed so that they can produce something? Because majority of these projects are strictly milestone driven, especially the research related ones, because they need to build something, there are funding issues and all of those. So I'm not quite sure how to overcome that, but getting social science students actually, I definitely agree that there are some really interesting projects we need social science expertise. Maury?
All right, yeah, thanks, Sammy. That's a great question. I think the short answer would be yes, but we just have to figure out how to make it work, right? I have to run back in a couple of minutes because I've got to work out how we can enroll our students next year, given the high demand. I don't know if the other faculties have got the same issue, but otherwise I'd love to stay around. But I was just going to say a couple of things to back up what Sammy's saying. The first is, I think if you look at something like the VIP program, is to look at it in a very, very strategic way. I think if you don't look at it from a strategic angle, then it's not really going to be that effective. And as I say, to me, it's about making sure the students can use their theoretical and conceptual skills that they've learned and apply them. It makes them more and more employable. We were at a Engineers Australia roundtable. Someone across the table said to me, we employ those students in like the SunSwift, which is a solar car first, because they've done this teamwork, they've had to deal with this and that and a whole bunch of other things. So that'd be the first thing, take a strategic viewpoint here. Of course, I personally would love to have multidisciplinary teams. Some of the VIPs are a little bit more focused on a particular discipline, but others are much broader, and then you've got students from across the university. I remember SunSwift 1 year had, the president was from the business school, and so there's a broad scope. I view these projects as ongoing forever, so I don't come in thinking that it's going to be a short project. They're always ongoing, and we just cycle students through it. I don't mean that in a bad way. I think that's a sort of good way. But and to answer that previous question, if you can get some students to stay on for at least 2 years, then those students will help induct the students that come along, and they'll bring them up to speed for you. I think things to think about is the size. So SunSwift has about 90 students. We've got one on nuclear fusion at the moment. It has 70 students, and it just started this year. The one that Sammy and I do has about 10 students. So you might want to think about the scale. You might want to think about the ambition too. We have a group of students that on Friday are competing in an international competition to build an artificial heart. Those students are super, super, super dedicated. Again, I've talked to a couple of colleagues in ADA. I'd love to have a VIP project on like science and engineering communication, which I think sort of fits with what you're sort of suggesting, where you bring the expertise from another faculty to work together with the existing VIP teams. They could be their own VIP, but they work in conjunction with the other ones. And I think these are the sorts of things we'd love to explore. So let's have those conversations.
You've had a wonderful mix of sessions, and I think some colleagues are still upstairs from the vertically integrated projects to Indigenous knowledges, climate science, and lots of lightning in between. Before we dive back into the last session before lunch, and I'm not sure if it's been shared here before, we talk a lot about Societal Impact Challenge projects. We already have about 5,000 students a year experiencing what we would classify as Societal Impact Challenge projects. And they do it in places as far as Cambodia, Fiji, and Kenya, and as close as on this very campus. So we're doing a pretty amazing job. So with that spirit of impact across the globe in mind, we'll just shift gears a little bit for the last session before lunch. We're turning our spotlight to how we measure impact, how we know that the societal impact framework is showing up in our teaching as intended. So we'll have two presenters for this session. Professor Marina Neme from Law and Justice will explore the educational impact indicators, followed by Sharon Aris, who I saw over here this morning, but she might have moved, from ADA, mapping the journeys of some of our alumni. Please don't forget, we still have our Slido up for any questions. And with that, I'll welcome Marina to the stage, and after her talk, we'll pause for some questions. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about impact indicator in the context of education. And to be honest, one of the things that always puzzled me when I'm hearing about societal impact is, why do we need to talk about it? Because for me, it's something that universities always do. That's what our core, if you look at the University Acts, one of the things that they say is one of the purpose of the university is to contribute to the community's needs. So this is something we do. And when we're teaching our students, we're talking about developing their critical thinking, making them think about these important issues. And so why are we not taking this for granted? And one of the reasons is because there is a crisis of legitimacy in universities. We are doubting the purpose of universities, and this is something a colleague earlier mentioned. And the reason behind this is the cost of universities going higher and higher. We're talking also about things such as viewing a government withdrawing money from universities, lessening the funding, because there is talk more and more about universities being a business. And when we're thinking about universities and a business, I always shudder, because that's not the job of universities. We're not a for-profit entity. We have a purpose. We have a mission to achieve. So societal impact is one of the ways to actually reflect and repair the crisis of legitimacy that may have been, that started within the universities. And of course, it comes from the business. In business in 1969, we started talking about societal impact in the context of cooperation and investments. So we're talking about that. And of course, this is the societal impact framework that UNSW has put forward, which is quite ambitious and great. But anyone who's talking about repairing legitimacy of universities would know it's not just about saying we're doing these things, it's about showing how do we do it. Repairing, not just doing lip service, but actually assessing it. And that's where it becomes a little bit challenging in the context of education, because how are we actually going to be highlighting the heart of what we actually do? Because it can be quite, it's not instant result that you get in education, it's a long-term thing that you are doing. And I know my faculty, I come from the Faculty of Law and Justice. The mission of the faculty when it was first established in 1971 by Hall Wharton was to actually achieve societal impact, think about society's needs and innovation in legal education, and how we're teaching our students around these themes. So this was something that is part of the core of the university. So how do we measure it? And there are really different ways to do that. I think the one that is very important is from a wide view and philosophy, thinking about the university and the faculties and the different schools, and talking about the curriculum that we are actually achieving. And we saw some example of that earlier today with George talking about sustainability and teaching our student sustainability literacy. Priya Maria talked about curriculum design to embed the societal impact within it. So thinking broad term, the curriculum, how we're designing it, how it's actually achieving it. Now, then the question is, okay, so we embed the core fundamentals in the curriculum, but how do we actually measure them? And this is, again, challenging because you can't do it within a year, within 2 years. It's a long-term project, and we need infrastructure regarding this. We need to have the university need to provide the infrastructure to be able to do these long-term studies to see where our graduates are actually ending up with, what are they doing with the skills that they actually have. And so that's one way that we can do that. The literature also is not clear about indicators and the concept of education. I looked around, there is many things that are there, but there is no consensus regarding this. Some people talk about who are our students, so having students from indigenous background, having students from lower social economic background, thinking about things such as where are our students going, what are they doing with their degrees. Some people talk about funding, how much they earn. I always shudder about that, because just because you earn a lot of money does not mean you're doing good things for society. You can be doing terrible things. And people might be working in NGOs, they might not be earning as much, but they are making a big impact. So it's important to be careful about what we're focusing on in the indicator. So from a broad sense, it's great. There is ways to actually measure it, but again, we need the infrastructure and long-term thinking about how do we achieve it. And then we come back to academics as we're doing it, because we're teaching our courses. We are trying to impact our students in different ways. So how do we do it? The easiest way for me is we're creating new knowledge in the different ways we are teaching our students. So the scholarship of learning and teaching is one of our big indicators regarding the societal impact we are having through the creation of knowledge that we are doing. My concern becomes if we are thinking, how do we prove that Marina, has actually managed to do a societal, have actually changed the way our students are thinking? It's harder, because when I think about it, I find it very hard to say I have done it. I hope I inspire my students. I hope I make them think about cooperation in a critical way, so that way they understand the role of cooperation in our community. But when I'm thinking about my students, I think about them as a whole. They do not, and this is a diagram I have adopted from one of my lovely colleagues, Associate Professor Justine Hodges. So our students do not come to us as blank slate. They come to us with existing knowledge, with existing thoughts. And as a result of that, when we are thinking about that, they come with their views, and then we try to let them reflect on these views, on these values, make them think about different things. And then when they leave, they will not just be influenced by what we have taught them, but where they are going to end up with, their colleagues and workplace, then the profession and the communities and the different traditions that might be in the different professions that they may be joining. And then, of course, society at large. So there are different levels of thinking regarding how our students develop and become who they will become down the track. Because the person I am today is very different from the person that I was 20 years ago, because I have learned from all the experiences that I have gotten. And this is something to remember when we are thinking about asking an academic to actually measure the societal impact that their course is actually having on the student, because it is much harder to manage. And if we want to do that, again, it's a long-term project, and we need to provide the academics resources to be able to do that, and funding to be able to do that, thinking about it in a 5 years, 10 years term. Because I was talking about this with a colleague of mine who left academia for 6 months. And she left academia for 6 months and went and worked at a land council. And it was quite surprising for her. When she entered through the door, 5 of the people that worked there were her former students. And when she saw them, and she's like, oh, what are you doing here? And she's like, in your course, you highlighted the need for people to actually work here. And we through our journey, we gravitated toward this, and here we are today with you. So she could see the impact that her teaching ended up doing to the student. But if she didn't leave for 6-month academia and join that place, she wouldn't have realized it. We always hope that we're doing it. So that's why it's very important to think about it in terms of a long-term project. And these students did not directly join the Land Council. It took them 10 years, 20 years sometimes for them to actually do it. But something that she talked about stayed in their brain, and they remembered it, and they found their niche area, and they're thriving there, which is amazing and great, and a lovely story for her. So in that regard, it's very important to think about societal impact. It's something that we do every day, but when we are packaging it, we need the support of the university and funding to be able to fund the long-term project research, 10 years, 15 years, to be able to prove or measure our impact. So it's not a quick solution, let's put it this way. It's a long-term project. Thank you very much. Any questions? Oh, so we turn to measurement as a way of addressing a crisis of legitimacy, but I'm curious about the measurement of that crisis itself. What is the nature of that crisis? What drives it? And perhaps more importantly, does it actually exist? That's a very good question. It's something that I was thinking about, and I'm writing a paper actually on this, which is in its development. But there are a number of factors, and again, legitimacy and defining it is one of those challenging things, because in different literatures, it means different things, and there are different indicators regarding this. So for me, there is the student perspective and society's perspective regarding it, and the government's attitude towards universities. And I think in both regards, from a society impact, the student paying so much for their degree shifts the dynamics that is there. And we also see that at universities when we're talking about students. There was a special phase in my career where students were talked about as consumers. And when you're treating students as consumer, it's different than treating them as learners. That's my view anyway. And also there is criticism about our expertise. Sometimes they say, oh, what do you know about real life? You're not on the ground, you're teaching the theory. So that also, the challenge to the expertise that is there, that we have, also contributes to that dynamic. But I think one of the biggest things is the managerialism that is creeping in and controlling universities in many regards, which is highlighting that universities are more a business than anything else. And the more we think about universities as a business, the more harm we cause our mission and purpose, because we shouldn't be viewed as a business, and that narrative is harmful. I hope that answered that question. Any other questions? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you. You get Sharon twice today. But before I start, I need to just remind people, if you're after the climate science workshop and adding that into your courses, that's happening upstairs concurrently in the Singapore room. So if that's what you're here for, you need to head upstairs into the room. Thank you for having me again. I'm presenting the first stage of some research we're doing in the School of Social Sciences, and I'm presenting on behalf of a research team that's come together on this, and it's really looking at, and I'm so glad, Marina, to follow you, because I think you've raised a whole lot of questions I had. So I feel our presentations are very compatible. For us, understanding impact has been really framed first and foremost about our people coming out of our degrees having impact in society.
that impact isn't just about something that's produced, but it's actually a person, a professional that goes out into a world, and that's possibly one of the most important measures we can have for impact. The two other people on screen there are actually my two research assistants, and they are both undergrads in the Bachelor of Social Sciences. The reason Alexis is up there is that she was the past president of the Social Science Student Society, and she spent all of last year bugging me, going, what happens to us? Where do we go? What are we going to do? And I sort of said to her, I think we have a common interest here. And so we were supported with some funding from the faculty to do some of this research. And then Jenna Slough came on for an internship this year, neither of whom unfortunately can be here today, otherwise they would have been co-presenting. What I want to do though is show you a little bit about the journey we've gone on and the way we've gone about finding out this information. I've just come back from the sociology conference and I presented a related paper there, and it really reinforced to me everyone is quite hungry to understand this, because I had a lot of questions about, oh my gosh, how can I do this? But it's really showing how we went about understanding just where our graduates are going. So first of all, just to give you some context for social sciences specifically. Social sciences is an incredibly broad area. If you look particularly how the Academy of Social Sciences defines it, it not only takes in social research and policy, which is the emphasis of the core units of the degree, but it includes sociology, anthropology, ethnography. We can reach into business degrees are regarded as social science degrees. So a lot of what we do in this university is social sciences. However, one of the things, and it is an existential problem facing the social sciences, is people don't necessarily see the value of them because it doesn't sound tangible. We understand society, and we question, how is society put together? How is power operating? How do we actually know things are real? How do we know things are important? This is all questions for the social sciences. And even though this is really the core and bedrock of how universities were founded and worked around, what we've had over time is a gradual reduction in the number of enrolments in these programs in Australia, particularly in the last 10 years. This is partly because the government has actually, through the Job Ready scheme, made social science and arts degrees very expensive to do, with the logic that people doing this aren't necessarily job ready. So we have that problem as well. Happily at UNSW, our enrolments have not dropped. So we know we're doing something right, but finding a way to put a shape on this has been very important for us. The problem is there's really poor literature on it, and there's poor literature across the board on graduate outcomes and where they go. The understood pathways, and when I read the literature, there's a lot of assumptions. We assume that students are going into these areas. The public service and governance is the big one, and corporate consultancy and academia. This is the presumed destinations. Quilt data, we do know political science graduates do quite well, 91.9% in employment 3 months after graduation, 96.1% 3 years after graduation. And there's various things that seem to be associated with success, including study abroad, learning research skills, learning languages, having good critical problem-solving skills. There seems to be good stuff around it, but we simply just don't know. So for us, here's the problem, we didn't know. And so for this research study, we asked the really simple question, where do undergraduate social science, policy and international studies graduates from UNSW go, and what do they do? The problem is no data. Well, actually, this is just showing you how complex our program is. Let me skip through to the no data problem. Nobody tracks this. So I spent sort of about a year looking for it, and then a very happy chance conversation with an old colleague in the professional team told me that the alumni office had LinkedIn data that they could now access. And what this led was me sending them a request with all the previous course codes to the alumni office, who were able to use Alumni Active to give me a giant spreadsheet that anyone who was on LinkedIn who said they had done one of those courses just listed on spreadsheet. So I ended up with 2,164 names. And we then, because international studies is now part of a major in our degree program, we also did a separate run of international studies students. Then we had to set about manually coding it, and this is where I'm paying complete tribute to some incredibly laborious work by my research assistants, Alexis and Janice. That is line-by-line coding, where they're double-checking, does this check out? How do we classify where they are, what they're doing, the job type, the industry type? We followed the ABS industry groups to give us a sort of universal point of comparison. Then we also iteratively said, what is the job role? Just to give you an idea, the broadest thing we coded for was sector, public, private, civil service, then the two industry division and industry groups. I'll show you the graphs in a minute. And then finally, job role. This was entirely iterative, where we had to just say, how do we bring this together? Let me show you some of what we found. The first thing, and this was a big surprise. Oh, sorry. Where are they? Not a big surprise. This is what country are they in? So first of all, most are in Australia, but 2 in 10 are overseas. Interesting. And for international studies, nearly a quarter are overseas. This already tells us a good news story. International studies, if you're interested in international studies, a quarter of all the people we sliced, and this is just 2024, quarter were overseas. And though interestingly, America and the UK were the top destinations there. The second thing, and this is where our huge surprise came in, we'd always thought in the social sciences degree that we were mostly preparing people for the public sector. We're not. We're preparing a quarter of them for the public sector, but we're preparing over half for the private sector. So we're already rethinking, okay, how are people putting these degrees to use? International studies, similar proportions. So then it's like, okay, we know the broad sector, we're already reframing what they're doing or where they are. Now let's understand the kind of industry they've gone into. So this is the ABS classification. Now, again, a surprise for us, because what you can see is that there are graduates, alumni, everywhere. We didn't realise that it was so extensive. So this was a good surprise. But you can also see professional, scientific and technical services was the biggest area, followed by public administration and safety. We're using ABS classification, so that's how they describe their categories. Third one was financial insurance services. Now, again, this has started to make things come together for us in terms of private sector and thinking, oh, that's right, because we have 13 different specialisations our students can take. There's a whole lot doing business specialisations, and they are continuing to use that, which is good news. It means you can combine business and social sciences to a very effective career. In terms of understanding the groups, this is going down the next level of delicacy. State government, if you're going into government, our graduates are more likely to go to state than federal. It was a little bit of a different story for international studies. We saw a lot more of them in the federal government, which when we then started looking down at specific graduates, that some of them are in the diplomatic service. So we know they go overseas. Management, depository financial, that's banks. Legal and accounting is the big sectors for the private sector. And again, this sort of started to bring together, okay, some of the things our graduates seem to be good at doing is managing things. That came up a lot. They also seem to be analysing. There's a lot of analysis work we were seeing. And this really, and that, by the way, that previous graph was this classification telescoped together, just to give you an idea of how complex it was. The last thing I just wanted to show you, though, is when we actually looked at the job titles, and when I was talking before about directorial and managerial being definitely the most common kind of job we saw our graduates in, apart from other, because there were so many different ones. And that started to tell us people are going into leadership roles. They're going into leading teams. They're going into leading research teams. They're going into managing projects. So something about social sciences is enabling people to have that type of leadership. The next thing, apart from other, was policy. So it was a good news story for us. What we do think we're training people for, we are actually training for, and HR managerial. Since then, we've done more. I'm not going to show you more graphs, but I can just tell you we're starting to map first-year appointment, third-year appointment, and then appointment 5 years after graduation to understand different trajectories. HR, turns out if you specialise in HR, you go in HR, you like to stay in HR. But we're seeing a lot more travel across industries for most other people. What does this all mean? Well, for us, we can say it is a highly employable professional degree. We're seeing people out there in the professions and we're seeing them leading. We're also seeing that this can travel, that you can go overseas, so you can travel across the sea, but you can also travel across different career areas. We can see that social science seems to be relevant to every single industry sector. And I was thinking about our earlier session, just talking with engineering, and sort of we have a very good case to say we should be working together with all the different disciplines and schools. We can also see some common jobs. So research, administration, HR, project work and policy and consultancy. And so this basically says that we are in a very highly transferable space. The last slide I just wanted to sort of say is this has then now started to inform how we might understand impact from our degree. In terms of the impact focus areas, one of the advanced economic and social prosperity, we can certainly see alumni working in evidence-informed policy areas, for instance. So we're quite confident that is an area of impact we have. In terms of broad progress for all, if you're advising government and improving institutions and decision-making, we can see people improving behaviour, method, service, process or standard if they're doing evaluative work. And we really believe that this shows that our degree is really helping prepare students for the job market, but also creating that pipeline of graduates with the skills to meet future needs. I hope that this actually provides a model other degree programs can use. That's my biggest hope in terms of understanding our impact. So if anyone wants to talk method, please come up. I have 2 RAs who are very well trained and very happy to work with other people. Thank you. Questions? That first comment about doing several social sciences courses, I think it's a problem for us in social sciences trying to demonstrate impact, but I think your comment shows you were able to put that to work. I think when people talk about the skills when they go into interview rooms, they draw on social sciences, just like if they've done any general degree, they're able to draw on the arts degree, or able to draw on philosophy. We had someone from the Evaluation Society come and talk to our students, and he was making the point in the evaluation team he was with, there were history graduates, philosophy graduates, social science graduates, and he said it was really important to have that diversity because people brought in different lenses, but they were able to talk about how their discipline gave them certain lenses. Are there ways to measure the effect? If you get a survey from us, it would be a way of contributing. We are moving into primary research next year, both through surveying but interviews as well. Hard to get useful info from data. How do we isolate for life trajectory? Yes. How do we basically say people aren't bringing in the social capital they have already got from their families in terms of success? This is where we really want to be able to get comparative data, not only from our LinkedIn. This is a starting point. We are also trying to bring it together with some quilt data. Quilt data doesn't give us very much longitudinal stuff, but it gives us a little bit. And hoping that other degrees do this, just to give us other points of comparison. Life trajectory, I was actually having this conversation because the NCV, which measures vocational stuff, is also trying to measure trajectory things from vocational qualification. Let's just say we're in dialogue to try and find some way to separate out, because these are valid factors. Do I differentiate graduates with only social science degree versus double degrees? We have done some modelling on that. I didn't want to give you 100 different charts, so I didn't put them up. But one of the things we found, and we haven't done it completely, but with the international studies degree, we had a very high number that were working in legal firms, and we were trying to understand why that was. And it was when we went and looked at the number doing double degrees, we saw it. And basically what the story there seemed to be is if you did a double degree between international studies and law, you were often going to follow a law trajectory, but it also seemed to take you overseas. And there's probably the complementarity of that. And I've actually gone and shown this to Lyria over in Justice and Law, the Chair of Justice and Law, and she was actually quite excited because she said, that gives us a really strong story to tell students about if you want to travel with a law degree, think about combining it with, an international studies major. Are there any other questions? I know it's lunchtime. Thank you so much.
I'll be super quick, but I do have to explain lunch. That sounds a bit odd. So lunch will be served right under the stairs over here, but at the same time we have a poster gallery happening. So this is your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to talk with your mouths full without getting into trouble. We have both colleagues and students displaying their work for us today. So without sort of singling anyone out, Station 7 is our student presenters who have recently returned from a month-long solar project in Vanuatu. So please do talk to our students as well. Ask questions, swap ideas, enjoy your lunch, and just be mindful, because presenters also need to eat, that they will definitely be at their stations during the core time of 12:30 to 1, but many of them will be around before and after, and if you do hijack them, maybe offer to bring them lunch while they're there. And then we regroup here at about 1:15. Enjoy your meal. Okay, let's try this again. I hope you all very much enjoyed lunch and having a look at the various posters and demos. I know it's a very unpopular job to bring people back from the social aspects of such a packed day. But we do have, I think, one of the absolute highlights of any education festival now. We are turning the spotlight, of course, to our students and graduates, the real heartbeat of our impact story and everything that we do as educators. So our students and graduates are the people who show us what societal impact looks like in action through their study, collaboration, and life beyond the classroom. So please join me in welcoming our wonderful panelists and our expert conversation leader, DVC ESE, Sarah Madison is back. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Teeny, and hi, everybody. So as we've already heard today, there's an incredible array of educational practices right across UNSW that are already embedding societal impact into our various teaching approaches. And so now, as Teeny said, it's time to hear from our learners. And we've invited 4 really inspiring students and alumni to share their stories of their contributions to societal impact, both as part of what we hope, their transformative learning experience here at UNSW, but also, of course, what drives them from their own passions and how they've been able to use what UNSW offers to accelerate their own impact. So as well as hearing from their stories, we've also asked them to give us a bit of feedback and advice on what it is that we're doing really well and what we should do more of based on their own experiences. So I'm going to introduce each of our panel members and then we'll have a bit of a chit chat, and there's time for questions as well, and you can use Slido, especially for those online, but also those in the room. So in order, we have got Ina Nichols, who is a fourth year student in mechatronics and biomedical engineering, committed to community-centred and humanitarian engineering. And through a placement in Tonga and the Solomon Islands this year, she co-designed practical solutions with local clinicians and communities, including award-winning work on plastic waste challenges, assistive technologies, sustainable orthotic productions. And as a Tyree scholar, mentor and ambassador, Ina champions engineering that upholds dignity, cultural insights and service to the Pacific region. Ina has been a Gateway student ambassador for the past 2 years and a peer mentor for 3 years, and apparently hot off the press from our EduFest Engineering Satellite event on Tuesday, Ina is also the winner of the 2025 VIP Pitch Competition and the People's Choice Award. So please welcome and congratulate Ina. And next up, and I'm going to ask each of them a couple of questions about themselves in a sec, but I'll introduce everybody. So next up we have Tess Gordon, who is a UNSW social science alum from the Faculty of Arts, Design and Architecture, whose career centres on tackling structural inequity, and her first professional role, and at UNSW, was exposed to intergenerational nature of disadvantage for people living with disability and strongly shaped her systems-focused approach to tackling these issues. After several years working in New South Wales education sector for the Department of Education as well as TAFE New South Wales, Tess has led strategy and governance, or leads, sorry, strategy and governance at Place Australia, where she helps communities, governments and families collaborate across traditional disciplinary boundaries to improve outcomes for students and local communities. So please join me in welcoming Tess. And next up we have Vincent Fitzgerald Trajano, who is both a UNSW student and tutor, so straddles both worlds of what you do as teachers and what these amazing experts as students do in the Masters of International Business, whose social impact journey began in education programs for disadvantaged communities in the Philippines. And through his business degree at UNSW, he's been involved in the social entrepreneurship practicums. And as part of the programs, he shared impact partnerships with the social enterprise Candle Exchange, exploring how circular business models align with environmental, social and governance priorities. And with over 14 years of industry experience in banking, insurance and consulting, he brings a global perspective on ethical business, social innovation and community advocacy. So please welcome Vincent. And finally, we have Mondira Paul, who is an honours student in medicine and health, passionate about women's health advocacy and rural health equity. Her honours research is directly involved in Australia's first women's-centred health AI tool, Ovum AI. And Mondira also serves as the president of the Rural Allied Health and Medical Society, leading outreach trips that provide free health career workshops for rural high school students. And the program has reached over 200 young people and was recognised nationally in the best rural health initiatives. She also brings creativity into medical education. Through her studies, she's discovered that theatre and medicine can have a very meaningful intersection, acting in the UNSW simulated clinical exams to model authentic communication to students. So please welcome Mondira. So I'm going to ask each of our amazing panellists to tell us a little bit more. I mean, I just read something that someone gave me, so we really want to hear from each of you. If you can tell us something else about your background that you'd like to share, that's kind of about your experience in being involved in societal impact and maybe part of the passion that drives you to do that. Thanks, Ina.
Good afternoon, everyone. O te tala whātu. My full name is Alafaina Mailelangi. I'm so grateful to be here and to be on the panel with such accomplished people. My passion for engineering comes from just a love and passion for my home country in the Pacific Islands. I grew up in a Samoan family where service, leadership, and community was so deeply ingrained in our lifestyle. Everything I've achieved and accomplished has been because of the people around me, and I want to honor that communal investment through whatever I did. And so I stumbled across engineering, where I could see that technical skills not only becomes a practical solution, but it becomes dignity, it becomes access, it becomes community, especially for those who are often neglected in the conversation. Our low-resource communities, our underrepresented communities, and our marginalized communities as well. It was through the program in Tonga, we volunteered for 2.5 weeks, that we got to engage with Tongan clinicians, the university staff, and nurses. And I learned so much about how powerful engineering can be, not because we have all the resources available, but quite the opposite. Engineering is so powerful in an environment where resources are limited, but the community is so deeply connected. It was the first time I could see that design isn't just abstract, it's practical, it's impactful. And it's grounded in culture, it's grounded in the needs of the community and of the environment. This year I was a part of a team for the Solomon Islands project. I had the most knowledgeable and approachable academic advisors. And it really just reinforced how important it is to emphasize that engineering is for the people and by the people. And it's not just advancing as fast as we can. It's about advancing with the needs of those around us.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ina. And you're going to get a round of applause for that. I loved that idea that engineering provides practical solutions and that practical solutions brings dignity. So it's always bringing the person and the community in, which is wonderful. Tess, please.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me here today. My passion for tackling structural barriers to disadvantage happened when I was really young. I grew up in the doctor's surgery of my parents, and that is a place that if you ever want to observe inequity living day to day, you can observe it. And my desire to find solutions for deep entrenched disadvantage and inequity have taken me from UNSW to the public sector, through the private sector, and now working for an NGO called Place Australia. And really my takeaway from all of that was that when we involve communities in the decisions that affect their lives, we really bring them the ability to change solutions. And communities know what they need. They're often the implementers of policy solutions that happen in Canberra. So we really have to make sure that we let communities make decisions on the things that affect them.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Vincent.
Hi everyone. Thank you for having me. Well, back in the Philippines, and everything I know about social impact is very intuitive. So I just like to help people. You know, most of us are like that, right? We don't really know what we're doing, but we are doing something good. So most of what I did before was that I wanted to teach. So here I am. But before that, like even when I was in high school, I was already volunteering for communities, marginalized communities, teaching them English. Back in the Philippines, English is our second language. And then when I was in undergrad, I still did a lot of teaching on the side. And then even when I was already in industry, I was still part of the committee that handles outreach activities. Again, it's still very intuitive for me. I wanted to help people who were in need, and that's it. But when I came to UNSW, especially when I took the business courses, especially those courses where sustainability and social impact were integrated, like social entrepreneurship practicum, that intuition became something there was language to it now. There were theories that grounded what I was doing. And I felt that there was direction coming from that. Because before it was just helping. And I didn't even think that that help actually contributed to something big. But when I came to UNSW, I knew that my very small contributions back when I was still young actually mattered. So that's that. I think I'm very grateful for UNSW for giving me that language so that I can translate what I was doing, and it wasn't just doing something good. It was making something positive for the world.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Vincent. We've been talking today about sort of scaffolding student learning in order to get students out into community, etc. But you've actually flipped that on its head. And I think it's important for all of our educators to also acknowledge that we will have students coming into our classrooms who are already practicing all sorts of things, and what they're after at the university is the framework. So actually, I think it's a really great thing for us to keep in mind. Thanks for sharing. Indira.
Well, thank you so much, and it's an absolute honour to be here in front of you all, as well as sharing the stage with these lovely, brilliant, talented people as well. And I think, no, you've pretty much touched on everything. And I think what's been also resonating a lot as well in terms of like cultural heritage or why, I would say my why is very much because I'm Bengali, and where my parents grew up, education, what I saw, was pretty much the only source of coming out of poverty, or for a lot of women, it was the only alternative of coming out of, I guess, wherever they were growing up or from any terrible situations they were in, other than, I guess, marriage. So it was either education or marriage. And I think seeing that when I go home as well, and just seeing how big of an impact education can have just over one generation. And I think that's why it helps so much now as well. I guess UNSW does open up the doors to everyone. And I think a lot of people do already come knowing their why, as you can see here. But sometimes we don't know our why. And just like as a student as well, I think UNSW has been so helpful with, like, let's say, the societies actually helping us make societal impact, which I'm sure we'll go through as well later on this panel, has been a big part of turning my why into how.
Fantastic. That's exactly what I wrote down, how to turn why into how. So we're completely in sync. Thanks so much for that. And I think you also each of you brought your personal passions, which comes from your background, your upbringing, your experiences, and either you've come, from what I heard, you've come very clearly knowing your why and wanting to expand on that, but also acknowledging that your why might change depending on your exposures. So that's fantastic. So now I'd like to bring us to think about UNSW's influence and opportunities to provide you with certain experiences and how that has helped. So the question is, how did your UNSW studies shape or are shaping your views and attitudes towards positive societal impact? And maybe if you want to share a specific moment or a chapter or an event during your studies that sparked a strong shift in your thinking or an acceleration, or sort of just backing up what you were already working on towards societal impact. We might jump the other order. How about that, Mondira?
Sure. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, lovely. So could I just is the question more so about, could I just get a repeat of it?
Yeah,
Sorry.
so from what was the experiences that you've had at UNSW that's really helped push you in the direction that you want or need to go in?
For sure. So we have something called like societies, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with already. And actually as an ambassador, like as we were talking, Ina and I were both are, as an ambassador, we actually say UNSW has the most societies in the Southern Hemisphere. And these are just like student-run organizations. And if there is no society already, you can create your own one. And I think with that, these societies actually directly help me with having that societal impact or getting to know more about my why. So there's something called RAMS, the Rural Allied Health Medical Society, where we managed to take like some volunteers, anyone who's keen or want to know more about rural health, and it's just our students as well selected, and then we take them and go to rural high school visits where maybe those children, those students aren't aware that there is a possibility for them to pursue university or a healthcare degree or just consider education beyond high school. And I think that's been so refreshing in my eyes in seeing more perspectives, because I think it's easy to kind of get nuclear in terms of, I know I was very privileged growing up here, going to university, while that's not the case for everyone as well. So I think UNSW actually gave me those lived experiences, which further helped me with my why, but that also did help me with my how afterwards as well. And I think touching on just education, when I became like casual academic, helping out with the ethics shoots, I know as a student, a lot of students like, oh, it's just ethics, I don't want to go. But I think that even if it's like more wishy-washy, it's not as testable in our exams, it's what sparks the conversation, and people do start discussing beyond what they can just chat GPT, I guess. And I think that's been really helpful in seeing those conversations, seeing those classes actually run over time, because everyone's keen to actually debate it out and try to figure out, oh, actually, no, there is another solution. And I think it's been so rewarding to see that as well. So both as a educator, but also getting to educate myself through as well.
Thank you. And I was a bit horrified at this, oh, it's just ethics comment. But if you've really been able to turn that around, that's fantastic. Vincent?
I think I bring a kind of good perspective coming from the industry. So when I was in industry, and specifically I did IT consultancy, most of what we did was around innovation and improving processes, automating, robotics. It wasn't even AI yet. But those were our goals. Our goals were the bottom line, profits, efficiencies, cost savings. We didn't really know that there wasn't really. Organizations would say that one of our goals is to create positive change. But in reality, on the ground, when you're part of middle management, all you see is how many saves do you make by the end of the year. And then I went to UNSW because I got sick of that. You know, it felt bad. It felt bad that I was doing good in terms of the organizational goals. And then I came to UNSW. I thought that when I did international business, I would just improve on that. Like to be better at consulting, to be better at innovation, and now to be better at translating AI onto organizations. But what is good, I think, with UNSW is starting from first year, sustainability, societal impact has been integrated in most, if not all of the courses in business, for sure. Some more than others. Of course, like social entrepreneurship is very societal impact focused. But the thing is, going through those courses, you realize that there's more to business, there's more to strategy, there's more to effective human resource management, for example. There is an aspect to it that's really about making better lives out of the business. And that is not taught outside of the university, of course. Businesses will only teach you how to save, how to profit, and so forth. And my specific experience that really, reflected that is when I met my clients in social entrepreneurship, because they were all about innovation, but they also thought that through innovation, they could do something good, like really good. And the project was circular business structures or frameworks. And it was amazing to hear from them that, you can actually profit. And you are talking to actual business owners. It's not just theory. It's not just teachers teaching you this or books teaching you this. Clients are actually earning through innovation, but responsible and ethical innovation. So I think that really stuck to me, that experience.
Yeah, great. Thanks very much for that. So in meeting the clients, you're hearing their stories, giving you ideas of what you want to do next as well, yeah? And being able to help them.
Yeah, because from their perspective, it's no longer just about theory. They're actually applying what we are still learning now. They're actually they actually are emblematic of what we're doing. They are the truth to the societal impact that's supposed to come out of the business studies. So yeah, it is actually happening in reality. It's not just theory.
Fantastic, thank you. Tess?
When I was growing up, I was always around inequity, and I knew different people had a high burden of disability and health, but I didn't understand what the inequity was stemmed from or why it existed, really. When I started at UNSW Social Science, what I realised is that inequity stems from structures and power relationships in society. And that's through the study of things like Marxism and feminism and so on and so forth. Probably the biggest moment I had at UNSW was through my first work placement. So my work placement was at a community legal centre that supported parents with intellectual disabilities in the parental proceedings or care proceedings to have their kids taken away. And what I learned from doing a case file review of that was that actually a lot of those parents who are having kids taken away actually grew up in care themselves. So this wasn't anything to do with individuals and their choices. It was actually a continuous story that happened over and over again due to the choices made by the state. And so that is definitely stuck with me through everything that I've done, is that disadvantage is a ladder, and that ladder is defined by policy choices that we can make. But the exciting part about that is if we can make them, we can also shift them if we care enough.
Fantastic. So in a way, like Vincent, your life experience gave you exposure to certain views that gave you then a passion to work on social impact, but it was coming to uni that gave you the sort of theoretical frameworks to really be able to see those systemic and structural barriers, which then your passion could lead you to jump ahead and do something about it. What were some of the experiences that you had at UNSW that helped you move from your why to your how?
That's a great question. And I know we're going to talk about this later. I did the Bachelor of Social Research and Policy, which I don't think anymore exists. But to my mind, use of data and evidence is a really empowering tool in the study of structures. And so I learned both qualitative and quantitative research and actually did practical projects to implement that. And when we talk about power relationships, to my mind, one of the biggest things that can close that gap is use of data and evidence. Because as we know, knowledge is power. And so we can I could start to use those skills to disrupt that orthodoxy.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Ina?
Yeah, so I knew what community I wanted to work with. I knew the problems. I just didn't know how to go about that. I figured in my first 2 years of uni, I would just stack up the knowledge, stack up the skills, and I'll figure it out once I graduate. Eventually, though, I figured if I'm going to make mistakes, if I'm going to develop, I'm going to do it protected and in an institution like this where they provide the opportunity to do so. At least here, I'm a student who's learning, who's eventually going to become an individual in society. Some of the key experiences in UNSW provide such practical guidance. I think especially in engineering, it's very easy to get caught up in all the technical specs. We're provided with a description of what solution we're trying to find, but we're hardly ever tasked to find that ourselves, to understand our stakeholders ourselves, to understand the problem ourselves. It was through practical experiences like the Global Engineering Impact Program in Tonga, which exposed me on exactly how to interact with other people, with stakeholders, that it taught me how to find resources, what resources to use. Yeah, I think for the first time, you're given so much freedom to make mistakes, but it was under so much guidance that you learned from it as well. I think those practical, especially the vertically integrated projects, I think those experiences are irreplaceable, and I can't recommend them enough.
Thank you. So again, being immersed in the experience. But I also, all of you have kind of spoken to this jumping around between the practical and the theoretical and the practical and back again. So really great to remember that they absolutely go hand in hand, and it's not a journey, it's continuum, right? You keep going back and forth, which is great. So then thinking maybe a bit more about the connection through to industry as well. What do you think that UNSW, this is a bit of advice for us now, what do you think that UNSW and indeed the whole higher education sector could be doing more of to really help students develop the knowledge, skills and attributes to make the world a better place and basically produce people just like you? Anybody can jump in who wants to add something here.
Looking at me because I spoke about this very passionately online. My view is the evidence is out on the skills that we need to be able to create societal impact at a scaled structural level. And those soft skills in particular, things like co-design, stakeholder engagement, deep inherent listening, project management, Sounds a bit boring. Leadership and adaptive leadership as well. Being able to do situational analysis and collaborate in really ambiguous and imperfect environments are all the skills that people need to make change today. And I think universities have a real role in bringing those skills to students in a way that I haven't seen before, not just through placements, but actually through explicitly scaffolding what that is to do and to learn that. Like, for example, we know one of the best evidenced things in collaboration is you sit down and you start with, what's everyone's goal here? Are we all aligned? And that's the kind of thing, a tactic that I would love to have learned at university, or to have scaffolded for me at university.
Thanks very much for that, Tess. And I think when we did speak before the panel, you also sort of talked about how teaching staff can be really explicit rather than, because I then said most students say that they hate group work, right? But we all know that group work's really important. And I think what I heard from you, Tess, and I'd actually be really interested to hear from the other panel members who are currently students, that listening to what Tess said, rather than just say, this is a group project, go do group work, that we're quite explicit, which was the word you used, about what does co-design mean. Like, I'm expecting, as the teacher, I'm expecting you to co-design something. This is how you might co-design, because theory and practice, here's the theory on co-design, you go do the practice. That's the sort of thing that you were indicating, yeah? And the same for listening, etc.
Yeah, exactly. Like when a big change we're making in New South Wales secondary schools, for those of you who have kids, is explicitly teaching writing. So it used to be something you learnt in primary school, and then it was assumed that you knew it, and then in high school you didn't learn it. You just were meant to know it and apply it in all of your subjects. And I'm kind of inspired by that as well here, that we have to be able to scaffold these soft skills. We can't just put a bunch of kids in a room and expect them to develop them or go about them well. And to my earlier point, I think if you started group work with a conversation that was like, what's your goal for this project? And someone was like, I want to get an HD, and someone else was like, oh, I'm happy with a pass, then you probably would have a more honest and productive time.
And then you might have a third group member that says, I want to make social impact. Do you want to add something, Vincent, from your experience?
Of course, I absolutely agree with scaffolding. We also, I think, need to be reminded that, especially here in Australia, where the university is very multicultural, and people come from different contexts. So that adds difficulty, a level of difficulty in the process, for example, of group formation. You can't expect people to know day one to actually start forming the groups. Even if you teach them the 5 stages of forming teams, they will still need to first sort out their identities, how different they are, and then reconcile that. That in itself is a challenge. That's why I absolutely agree with scaffolding, like hand-holding people. I've been teaching a lot of I teach IFY courses, so first-year students, and we expect them to form groups day one. Not day one, but like first year. And they come from different backgrounds. It's very difficult for them to actually do it on top of learning theory. So I think that is very important. Also, I'd like to add, probably eventually emphasizing transferability of skills. I think students rarely realize how transferable the skills they're learning, like project management, even if it's societal impact related, it's actually very transferable to business specific context as well. So if they see the value in it and learning it that way, I think they will be more incentivized to learn it, as opposed to being like a requirement, something to pass.
Loved the incentivization approach, but I also loved that you started with the 5 stages of forming teams. So you had the theory right there. Did you want to add something?
I absolutely love the talk about having a scaffold and possibly even hand-holding. But I think we also want to be mindful of running the risk of having just like, I guess, homogenous students or the same output coming out from maybe just having the same scaffold, and making sure we do have that creativity. And Ina mentioned perfectly, providing them a space of being able to make mistakes, where it's okay if you do falter a bit. And I think that's where maybe it's the irony that at UNSW, we call it societies, as opposed to like student clubs. Because I know I've gone on and on, but I think with societies, we actually have the groundwork already at UNSW with so many students who are coming together, not because, oh, I want a good mark in this subject, and where we already see some variation, but because, let's say, they join this society because of the impact it has on education later on. And that's where they already have a shared goal. And from there, it's easier where they can put in all the theory they learn. Oh, I remember in my like group project, we asked about goals. And I remember like for my one, we went to Dubbo, which is a rural town nearby. And we taught little children about their ear health so that hopefully they can have more preventative health and better health outcomes. And we, like, none of us knew sign language. So before, on the road trip there, we were all picking up some small sign language as well. And someone was like, oh, I remember this resource and that, and this is a good way to teach them. And that's all stuff maybe we picked up from other places, but this is a place where we're being maybe tested, being able to apply that knowledge and not in like a place where it's about marks or what we get. So I think we already have the groundwork here at UNSW. And if maybe higher education or UNSW could foster that by allowing students to go on these trips and taking leave, because I know that's something a bit contentious, but even just having that more facilitation of it, I think that'd be amazing.
Yeah, thank you. Do you want to add something there?
Yeah, I think the only thing I have to add is consistency as well. I've been fortunate to take a course that did co-design so well, but I only just took that course in my 4th year. I did not touch on any of the other principles from my 1st to 3rd year, and I think at least reminding students along the way, or a recap, a reflection at the end of the course that reminds them that whatever they're studying has a societal impact. Under that scaffold, just making sure it's consistent as well.
Fantastic, thank you. They took the big clock away, so I'm just going to keep going because no one's telling me not to. But maybe we can think from all of those fantastic experiences that you've had and the bits that you've picked up along the way, what we're really wanting to do at UNSW is make sure that all students in all coursework degrees, undergraduate and postgraduate, absolutely have an experience, or indeed from the scaffolding conversation, you've had multiple experiences that really give them practical exposure to societal impact. So what should we do? Ina, do you want to start? Suggestions from you about what we could do?
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, continuing to provide the student space. What one of my advisors did so well is collaborating with organizations. The Tonga project was actually in collaboration with a local university there that provided us with the space, the environment, and with the comfort that there is someone alongside us. We're not just in country. Yeah, I'm not sure what else.
Okay, so but from you, it's about physically going somewhere. So place becomes quite important. Yeah. Okay, great.
Sorry, one more little thing to add. That course on co-design, what was, I think, so significant, so impactful, was actually a lived experience panel. So she got in contact with some people, and we were able to hear from people who would be impacted by our solutions firsthand. That way, if we weren't in the environment, at least we could have that client interaction that is so meaningful to all of our work.
Thank you. Vincent, you've also talked before about sort of working with clients and people.
For me, I think more variety and diversity of options. It's good, of course, if, like for our case, our client was challenged both from a social side and an environmental side. So they were supporting domestic violence victims and also trying to address environmental issues through circular economy. So we have a bit of both worlds, right? But not a lot of courses have that. So I think if we provide a lot more options for students, because students, their passions may be different. Like my passion would be education, another person's passion would be something else entirely. But both of us want to do something good, right? Want something done positively. But we don't have that option available. We want this course, but the course only is limited to these options. So I think more variety of like clients, stakeholders to support, or projects or initiatives to support. Yeah.
And knowing that you've got really varied interests, then having more variety helps. Yeah. Ondira, did you want to say?
Yeah, so I don't know how practical this is, so that's up to you guys now. But idea-wise, I would say having that interdisciplinary, and I know a lot of stuff we already don't know what's going to come out, but I was very fortunate. I have Dr. Carly Spencer, who takes care of the clinical skills at UNSW Medicine. And he also has a theatrical background, and I've been always passionate about theatre, acting, dancing, so I was part of Med Show. So as a medical student, we put on like a 3-hour musical, and it's really fun. It's like 300 of us doing it. And I think from that, for some reason, Carly kind of clicked as like a mentor. So I think you all as educators here have so much impact. It might be the student in the back who might be sleeping, but we're all listening. We actually do listen to you all. And sometimes like you might not know the impact you're having. So I think Carly just reached out to me about, would you be interested in acting? So students can see what a normal like history taking might look like. And then we brainstormed, okay, what about we do a good history taking, a bad history taking, so that students actually have like something to bridge that theory to practical before they go out to hospital and start talking to patients. And now we've made it even more interactive where students on like the Moodle course, they can kind of say, oh, this was a good thing, bad thing, this is what I took away. And there were some funny things there as well. Like even if you do mess up in your history, that's okay, you're just a student. And I think that was an opportunity I would not have known if I guess Carly hadn't come to watch our Med Show. And it was just, I think things fell into place. So I think it's really nice even having educators and students collaborate between themselves, and opportunities will arise from there as well.
Thank you. Tess, did you want to add anything?
Yes, I think the interdisciplinary thing is really important. My experience at university was like things like disadvantage and inequity. Those are kinds of things you talk about in the social sciences, and then in business and engineering were seen as much more like career-ready, vocational. And I think that every discipline has a part to play in social impact. Some of the most impressive projects that I see in community are transdisciplinary projects where there's a local social worker, but there's a policy maker, there's someone there who actually is working to build physical infrastructure through engineering, and even TAFE educated people to be able to create homes for the homeless. So I think that we have to acknowledge that the world is interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary, and the kind of architecture, the disciplinary architecture you've grown up in doesn't mean that your job isn't to go out into the world and make impact.
Fantastic. We want to leave some time for questions. So now you've got your 30-second elevator pitch of the top challenge that you would like, societal problem you'd like solved in the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay, I'll speak from the Pacific Islands. I would love to see the access to medical devices and medical technologies altogether improved across different regions. It's such a complex problem, but doesn't mean it's impossible. It comes with medical professionals, it comes with adapted solutions, it comes with collaborating on the ground, and it comes with being empathetic and open to new ideas, and open to Indigenous perspectives as well.
Fantastic, thank you. Tess?
My big platform and my big passion at the moment is how can we make policy in a way where communities have real power to make decisions on the things that happen in their lives, because once you have that locked and loaded, I think a lot of other things flow from there.
Brilliant, thank you. Vincent?
I'm still education focused, I think. My grand passion would still be to address the very terribly wicked problem of education deteriorating back in the Philippines. So, yeah, I cannot think of any one policy or any one solution for that for now, but hopefully as I pursue research, that's something that I can hope to help address.
And I hope we've connected you both so you can work together on that. Thank you, Montira.
And mine, I think I'm still trying to find my passion, but I'm dibble-dabbling among a few, but I would say right now women's health from my honors research as well, because actually we've been estimated about $1 trillion goes into the women's health inequity. It costs us so much, whether it be from the early deaths, delayed diagnoses, incorrect diagnoses, and a lot of it comes from the systemic past where women weren't included in clinical trials and we don't know enough. And that's only being, unfortunately, exacerbated by AI and technology because it is founded on that set of data set. And I think right now, a lot of times we see AI being thrown at things, but we actually don't know the voices. And as many people mentioned, actually having voices in the conversations so we know we're doing it for the people properly.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's give our amazing panel members a round of applause. But I've got 5 minutes to ask you a few questions. So I said, you didn't say this, I said that we here students don't like group work, and we talked about that. But actually what's said on the board is students do like group work. What they don't like is a problematic group mate, which is great. And so the question is, what do you do when there are those differences? And Tess, you kind of spoke to that. So have you got suggestions? What's the approach there?
Such a great question, because I think this is meant to mimic the situation you have in real life where you have quite a challenging stakeholder, right? And actually when I talk to not just graduates, but every person in the world, they tell me having difficult conversations with difficult stakeholders is the most hardest skill that I do. And as a result, there's a lot of frameworks that go into place about how to build your emotional intelligence to have those conversations, how to scaffold and plan those conversations, effective setting of boundaries. And to my mind, if we ask people to deal with what is essentially the hardest problem in the workforce without that guidance and without that scaffolding, I think that it's unlikely that we will allow people to succeed.
I think that is pretty amazing and gives us a lot to think about, because in a way it's the most challenging question. So we all like to avoid those tricky questions. So your challenge back to us is for us to be able to support our students in groups to have the challenging question of what do they want to get out of it. And that, I think, leads beautifully to the question, so you all talked about your passions, but actually nobody talked about grades besides that one comment. And so the question is how did assessment fit within your journey? So we can talk about grades, but I think the question is kind of more about assessment, because we need to be able to assess things, but then when we do assess, often students and staff are thinking about the grade they're going to get from assessment. And so how does that focus on the impact you're making versus grades? Anybody want to jump in with your approach to that? Yeah.
I think my most influential assessments have actually been my practical ones. So some of them have been, this will tackle the AI thing, has been some of them have been client interactions. It's been, what's the word? Replicating an interview of sorts. You're not only gearing up students with the content that you've taught, but also with practical skills that they're going to take forward in the workforce. I think those are the ones I remember. I don't remember my exams. I don't really remember the assignments I've handed in. But those were the most impactful ones so far.
Vincent, you want to jump?
Yeah, I wanted to share perspectives from both me being a student and me being a teacher. Because most students think that we are afraid of them using AI, or not afraid. The term is probably, we don't like them using AI. We feel that they should be punished for using AI. They feel that we see them as using AI. And we feel that it's a crime when they use AI. So I think as educators, and I see the progress here already, but we should start embracing AI in our teaching and assessments. We need to evolve faster. Unfortunately, AI is very fast and everything else is slow compared to AI. But students are very, very, very reliant. I mean, every year, every term, I see AI being used more prevalently than the previous term. I mean, it is what it is. So I think we need to catch up, and we need to make them feel that we're fine. We use AI too, right? As educators, we use AI to improve on our teaching, so it's not a bad thing. I think they're doing what they're doing. They're cheating their way with AI because they feel it's wrong to use AI.
But if we say it's not wrong, then it's not cheating.
Yeah, if we do something about that, I'm not sure yet how, but if we do something about that, if we meet them halfway at least, right?
Sure. I might ask, I've got 1 minute for one last question, which I think is a very practical one. So what I can see from the question is that people have really picked up on this idea of sort of the scaffolding, but the question is more about what does it mean practically? So what does it mean practically to have this extensive scaffolding and hand-holding that kind of leads you through to where you need to get to? Maybe Tess, because you were really speaking to that. Can you give some practical solution?
Yes, and I did not mean to stand up on such a soapbox on this, so I really apologise. From my pedagogical background, the learning that we do with kids is learn, do, reflect. So the teacher starts by putting the thing on the board, then is like, have a go, and they're like, how did that go, essentially? And there are a bunch of adult learning principles that define this as well. To my mind, there's scaffolding that's like, do this, then do this, then do this. But things like co-design, I didn't even know they existed. I didn't know that was something I meant to do. It's not in the policy cycle. So I think there's probably a balance we can find between being really prescriptive versus letting adults learn through project-based learning in the way that adults learn.
Does part of the scaffolding also come from you do one course here, you do one course there, you do one course there? If the teachers kind of knew the scaffolding that you'd learnt in the previous courses, then they're really building on top of. Would that be helpful? Yep, you're on.
I think it does. Well, in my case, I think it should be kind of a typical problem to solve. It should be iterative when you solve it. You should go back and forth, see how to adjust, see what needs to adjustment. You have to be agile yourself as an educator. And to your point, I think it also needs coordination in between educators. One educator needs to know what happened before so that they can continue the process. They can continue the scaffolding. Yeah.
Great. I'm going to say a few things that I heard you all sort of talk about. We talked about scaffolding, but we also talked about this sort of safety net to fail, which I think is exactly what university is about. And we can't have innovation if we don't have failure and learn from that. Being quite explicit is what we've kind of been talking about here, of what those skills are that you're picking up on and what the expectations are. Lots of exposure and having that variety to different exposures. That beautiful combination between practice and theory, and the interdisciplinarity is also really important. And the variety of those different exposures gives you access to community, to stories, to places that helps you build real life experience, making a social impact. Please give our incredible panel members a massive round of applause.
No one's quite sure whether to stay or go, is that right? A massive thank you. I still have goosebumps, stories of knowledge, wisdom and passion and inspiration, I think is the right word. So thank you very much. You can stay here. Sarah has to stay here because we're about to jump into the next exercise, but you're also most welcome to hop off the stage and take a breath. Thank you very much. So we mentioned this morning that EduFest is all about showcasing the brilliant stuff they already do, but also about sparking and challenging us about what we might do next. And that's kind of where we're heading now in the next hour or so. So Sarah will be staying here because we're getting very hands-on with societal impact in this room. Our Nexus Societal Impact Squad will dive straight into a mini hackathon in this room where we'll be workshopping and brainstorming the different models of societal impact challenge projects. If your curiosity leans more towards inclusive learning design, can I please encourage you to head upstairs to the Nexus UDL Guild session, Learning Without Limits, Design for All, Benefit for Everyone.
All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to just completely cheat and use work that I've done before, because it's always really good to double dip and know that the work you did a few months ago is paying off, by meaning you didn't need to do work last night. So as you all well know, one of the key objectives of Pillar 1 of the Progress for All strategy, through accessible education, empower our current and future generations to deliver education that has societal impact at its heart. It draws on and centres Indigenous knowledges and drives interdisciplinary learning and action. So that's what we've got in our strategy under Pillar 1, and I think you heard from our student panel that that's the stuff that they absolutely love, which is fantastic. So what we've put through the strategy, and in 2024 when we all got together and talked about how do we drive societal impact in our education, and you've already been talking over these last few days about ways that you're doing it in individual courses as well as within programs and majors and things like that. But again, what we landed on is that we would build the foundations this year, this is in our 2025 ops plan, to build the foundations of UNSW-wide transdisciplinary societal impact challenge projects embedded in all of our coursework degree programs. And that the concept there is reflecting on all of those staff inputs while we developed the strategy, which what staff spoke about was impactful, real-world, collaborative learning experiences. And again, that's exactly what you heard, all of our students and alum, that's the bit that they remember. And so that our aim is to offer all of our students meaningful opportunities to explore to, contribute to and deepen their understanding of societal challenges and empower them to make an impact today while they're studying with us and become change agents into the future. And you can see from our alum, when we do that with our students, they do become change agents for the future. And then this then becomes part of what is a distinctively UNSW educational experience. But it's only a distinctive educational UNSW experience if we can ensure that every single student has that experience. And the experience itself doesn't need to be identical, of course, but what are the ingredients? So what we kind of posed as the ingredients of a societal impact challenge project, which is one part of societal impact educational model at UNSW, is that it's aligned with the 4 societal impact themes, which we spoke about this morning, and that there is a learning partner. Because again, what we heard from the students is when they love all of UNSW educators, you're all amazing, but they really want to hear from people in the community or in industry or in something that is related to where their passions are. So the idea of having a learning partner involved in these challenges is this is someone from community, from industry, can totally be from research, from government, and they are working with the students or indeed just sharing their story. I think we heard that story before about I've forgotten what it's called, IndigiGrow. So, you know, there was a class-based project, but the students got to have someone come into the classroom and they get to go on an excursion. So they're hearing another voice and they're going to another place. And just those two little snippets alone was enough to really drive those students into thinking, oh, this is a real challenge. I'm really interested and passionate about this, because they learn extra things. It's also a live challenge, and a live challenge means that IndigiGrow has got a problem right now that they really want UNSW students to help them solve. They've got a challenge today, as opposed to the incredible scaffolding work that we also heard from our students is really important. So we need to give our students case studies, simulations, immersive things. They're all amazing. But when it comes to that really transformative experience for them, it's a live project, because they're actually making a real contribution to that Learning Partners Challenge today while they're studying with us. And again, rounding out what Tess was saying at the very end, ideally it is interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, whichever pathway you want to follow, because that's what life really is. So that is your challenge. That's the challenge of how do we design something called, and it's not necessarily one thing, it can be multiple models that you've all been thinking about of what are these societal impact challenge projects, but that they have those 4 magic ingredients, that they're covering the societal impact, impact themes, they've got a learning partner, they're a live challenge, and they're interdisciplinary with groups of students. Okay, your time starts now. Ben, take it away.
Okay, I already gave you a little bit of a teaser before the break. We've got a fantastic lineup for this next session, including a lineup that includes an online participant. So joining us online, bright and very early, back in Austria, is Christina Nistrom, who is the Director of Learning at the brand new Interdisciplinary Transformation University in Austria. She's tuning in at 5:30 a.m. her time, so she at a minimum gets full marks and an award for being committed and an early bird. She will be in conversation with our very own Alison Beavis, who is Director of Educational Innovation and Partnerships in the PVC Education portfolio, and many of you would know her as the former Deputy Dean of the Education of Science. She's someone who knows exactly what it takes to make collaboration across disciplines comes alive. Alison and I met Christina at a conference in Hong Kong recently, so it's absolutely fabulous that she is here. But also be careful who you talk to during the coffee break, because you might find yourself getting up at 4:30. Rounding out the trio is Mondira Paul, who you will remember from our panel discussion earlier. She is still a medicine and health student, yes? And she is bringing the perspective of the lived experience of what it is like to learn and work cross-boundary ways. So welcome everyone to the stage, and I do hope that, yes, the technology is working and we see Christina on the screen as well. Please enjoy.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. Can everyone hear? Yes? We're all good to go. A huge welcome to this final session before the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Attila Bronze, joins us for the Teaching Awards showcase later. It is really a pleasure to facilitate this session to explore interdisciplinary project-based learning. And that really links to our ambition that's been articulated in the Progress for All strategy about embedding interdisciplinary societal impact challenge projects in every single undergraduate and postgraduate program. And that's a beautiful ambition to have, that 80,000 students in the future will have that experience as core to their UNSW education journey. I know so many colleagues that share the same sentiment about how exciting that this flagship initiative is. So we're really, really happy to have a wonderful panel here today. I know creating learning experiences that extend beyond a single discipline, I find it really personally rewarding, intellectually stimulating, and I know it has impact. My previous life was previous life before UNSW was as the founding Deputy Dean of a Faculty of Transdisciplinary Innovation, and part of that journey included designing a new program called Creative Intelligence and Innovation, and those experiences, I was a really early stage academic at that point, beginning to explore, I guess, my practice as an educator, and being involved in the co-creation of curricula with partners and really centred around projects that were designed to have societal impact was energising and really set me off on what was a different path in my career, and I'm always grateful for those experiences. UNSW, I came here and there were already such exceptional interdisciplinary educational experiences dotted around the campus, and this strategy flagship initiative is really ambitious and is going to see us embed that across the entire program portfolio. We're here today as a fabulous panel to explore interdisciplinary project-based learning, and I have two inspiring panellists. Mandira, who you have met earlier today on the student panel hosted by Sarah Madison. And as Tini mentioned, we are so delighted to have our international guest. It's so I can't see you, Christina, without flipping my head around, but my gosh, so generously giving her time to join us at what is, I think, 5:30, there you are, 5:30 in Austria. We're about to end our day with a celebratory drink. I think Christina is starting hers with some coffee. There's probably about a 30-degree differential as well. It's a balmy 32 degrees here in Sydney. So it's a huge welcome and thanks to you both for joining us. I'm going to hand over to the panellists to introduce themselves, where they are at their point of their career and their studies, and also just reflect on your connection to interdisciplinary problem-based learning. Mandira, we might start with you and then we'll move to Christina.
For sure. So, hey everyone, I'm back again. And I know I'm holding you back from drinks, so we'll try to keep it short and quick as well. But no, so I'm a fourth-year medical student who just completed her honours. And I've been Sydney-based, but next year I'll be going to rural Albury. So I'm already excited to see the disciplinary kind of changes from there as well, having grown up rural, as well as, I guess, my journey, just to like touch on, as we talked about, like integrating theatre with medicine, with a lot of medicine being actually the art of communication, not just all the knowledge that you might have in your head for diagnoses. Because, and this is what I remember as well from someone saying, that patients don't remember what you said to them, but rather like how you said to them and how they were felt. So I might have gotten the numbers wrong or this statistic or that, but it's more about how I presented myself and I was able to listen to the patient. So that we can hopefully find a common ground in terms of where we go for the next steps. So I think that's like one disciplinary, like the art and the science of medicine. And then we talked about, I guess, theatre as well already, which I'm a big thespian for. And I'd love to discuss more in the following as well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mandira. And Christina, all the way from Austria, we welcome you. And I hand over to you for an introduction.
Thank you so much, and I hope you can hear me well. Greetings from Austria. As you said, 5:30 a.m. and -1 degrees Celsius. So slight difference compared to where you are. Thank you so much for having me at your wonderful festival. Christina Nyström is my name. And for those of you who know, those 2 dots over that O indicate that I come from, maybe not Austria, and this is true. I come from Sweden. And I was introduced to the whole idea of this new university, ITU, that we will talk a little bit more about later, about a year and a half ago. And I was then working in Stockholm and was given this opportunity to take part in building a new university in Europe, new public university that is taking on this great challenge. And that was a challenge and an opportunity that I couldn't say no to. So I joined a year ago, on Monday, a year ago, as the Director of Learning for the Interdisciplinary Transformation University of Austria. And I think we will talk a lot about what this university is about and my experiences from building an interdisciplinary project-based learning format for all of our programs across the university. So I think I will end there because we will probably dive into this topic quite a lot.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Christina. And yes, we will be exploring, what it took to and what it is taking to introduce this model of learning at the enterprise or the institution level. Now, across the day, we've been hearing transdisciplinary, and I thought it would be a moment to reflect on, they're often used interchangeably, but they are in fact quite distinct and quite different. So, Christina, I might bring you in. How do you define inter or trans or multi? Is there do you feel there is a difference?
Yes, I would say there is a difference. I don't think we at our university have we still have to sort of come to an agreement on what do we mean, because of course we have, today I say we have around 20 professors that are all interdisciplinary in their research practice. What does it mean for each and every one of them? We could probably talk about that for quite some time, but if I just think about from my own perspective, I would say that the multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary, they are distinct, of course, related. They're cousins, maybe we could say. So for me, the interdisciplinary approach is really about integrating different perspectives, different disciplines, where especially the different disciplines, they learn from each other, especially when it comes to things like the methods that we use in order to explore a specific topic. And I think that this is something you've been discussing during these days. How do we address today's great challenges that we face across the globe? And here, I think an interdisciplinary approach is very, very apt, since you can bring in these different perspectives and methods and see on the other side, once you have sort of addressed that challenge that you're faced with, there is actually something new that comes out on the other side. And I think with multi and cross, that is different. You're working side by side more than integrating the work.
I'd agree. Mandira, did you want to add any insights, or perhaps even how you've experienced interdisciplinarity?
Yeah, so I think this is something my dad always told me, like whenever I'd be like, oh, I'm not good at this subject or that subject, because I think in medicine it gets so easy to be overwhelmed. And I was like, I don't understand anatomy, but then this. And at the end of the day, it's all just perspective. So I think, like he would always say, it's actually mankind, like all the disciplines and subjects. So let's say, look outside, someone looked at the ground and they call that geology. They look at the trees, they call it ecology, and then they looked up and that's astrology. But truly, it's all connected. So I think even in medicine, what I notice is actually bringing it back to like, oh, it's just actually layers. If I know what this muscle looks like, I know how it works, so I know if it goes wrong, what it'll be. So that's pathology, and how would I fix it? So that's like pharmacology, the medicine. And I think having that perspective kind of breaks it down for me as well, which made it easier. And I know that's just within medicine. I know it can be broader as well, which we'll discuss further.
Absolutely. I think your dad's a wise man is what I'd reflect there. My the way I often, if people ask that question, are they different? I often describe, if we're going from multi to inter to trans, and I use a fruit analogy. So whole pieces of fruit sitting next to each other, I would call multi. A chopped up fruit salad, inter. And a smoothie, something that didn't exist until you brought everything together, and that the etymology of that word trans means sort of beyond or going above. So that's how I position those different notions. But let's dive into, I guess, your journey so far with interdisciplinary learning and with that lens of project-based. So we might start with Christina, your journey so far.
Well, I have to say, so I'm a little bit older than you, Mandira. So if I go back and look at when I was a student, both as an undergraduate and a graduate student, there was not a lot of discussion about interdisciplinary learning at all. It was very disciplinary focused. So as a student, I didn't really have the opportunity to talk about this as a topic. Of course, I could see that my fellow colleagues so I am a political scientist from the beginning. So I had colleagues in sociology and anthropology, and I would discuss a lot with them, of course. But this, throughout my career, and I've been in education throughout my entire career, there have been, of course, moments when I have seen the power of bringing disciplines together in order to actually solve a specific problem or a challenge. And in my last job, which was at a business school, there was an attempt to actually create a course, not a project-based learning course, but a course called Global Challenges. where the students, business students in this case, would get to explore global challenges, and this was supposed to be an integrated course. It broke down into disciplines after a while for different reasons, but I could see the potential in approaching studies in this way. And I would say this is the first time I have seen it fully integrated at the university level, where I am right now. So I've experienced the power of it in sort of single moments throughout my life, but it's not until now that I am at the interdisciplinary university that I can sort of see the full power, but also the complexity. So we can get into the complexity of it all as well, because it's not easy. Yeah, that's over to you, over to the room.
Fantastic. Thank you, Christina. And your journey, you've had a range of interdisciplinary experiences already in your studies. Did you want to share some insights?
Yeah, so we talked about theatre as well, but then I would like to say, I guess within health, we do a lot of MDT, so multidisciplinary. And I think that would be part of your fruit salad. Like everyone has their own characteristics and things that they bring to the table, flavors even, but then it's like, okay, how does it all work together? So I had the privilege of seeing a naturopath who works with like herbs. And I think when I heard their perspective of how they were treating patients, and their perspectives on how doctors were able to not doing it. I think maybe that's cross-disciplinary, but Dr. Christina, you tell me if I'm wrong though. And I think it's also the value of seeing perspective within, so how my discipline might be viewing someone else and them viewing us. We can learn a lot from that as well, with the gaps especially.
We certainly can, and I'm so taken by what is being being delivered in Austria, Christina. It is such a bold direction for higher education, and we'd really welcome if you could share a little about the origins and the mission of ITU, because it's a truly inspiring story to be approaching this at the institution level. So we invite you to share the origin, the mission, the vision for this university.
Okay, well, wonderful. I will share an image. So it's not a presentation. It's just one picture that I will share now, and I hope you tell me if you can see it.
Yes, we can.
Yes, perfect. So because so you can follow along. So the Austrian government and Austrian universities, it's a small country, and there are about 20 plus some public universities. There's quite a range of also private universities in Austria. But around 2020, as you can see on this timeline, the government announced that they were founding a new technical university. So the ITU is a technical university that specializes in digital technologies. However, before this announcement, there was of course a lot of work being done. And the reason why they wanted to found a new technical university was that they could see that the rapid change when it came to technological development. And you can see 2020, that's before ChatGPT and the launch of the AI, the latest AI era. They had already recognized that they could see that the public universities that were already in existence couldn't handle the rapid change, because the university law did not allow for the curriculum to be changed at the pace that they could see the technological development be changed. So they wanted to establish a university that had as its mission to be innovative. So our mission is actually to reinvent university to drive innovation. So we're supposed to be innovative in terms of how the university governance model, so how we organize ourselves as a university, how we organize ourselves as a research university, and how we do education. So it's quite a grand mission. At this time in 2020, there was nothing that said that it had to be interdisciplinary or that it had to be project-based learning. The mission was reinvent do something innovative. So there was a founding convention established, and the founding convention will, in 2027, become our board of trustees. So the founding convention consisted of a range of stakeholders from across Austria, and in that group was a woman who had a lot of experience and knowledge from the MIT Media Lab and had seen interdisciplinarity and work in practice. So that became something that was actually quite early on became a core of what the university was going to be about. Because to solve these big challenges, the view was that we need to bring together disciplines so that all these different perspectives can address the challenge instead of doing it in silos. In 2023, that is also when our president, Professor Stephanie Lindstedt, was started her journey. So from 2023, that is actually when there is a building, there is a room, there are people who start to work at the university. They were around 10 people from the beginning. And during 2023, there were a number of founding labs. You can see there was a founding lab in January, and then there was another founding lab in June 2024. And these founding labs brought together people, but also young people, more mature people, to discuss what does the university of the future look like. So there was a lot of engagement from the community and the international community. And during this time is when there's also the idea that to do it in project-based learning format is what the university will be about. And in October 2024, we see that is when the founding professors, so 11 founding professors, join ITU, and already then we have PhD students. So we decided to start with the PhD program, and then this October 2025, we accepted our first master student cohort. There will be bachelor students in the future, but not until maybe 2029. So we started with the graduate level. And the whole idea, of course, is to drive innovation, as I said. We have been given a separate university law compared to other publicly funded universities. Some people say that their university law is 200 pages, ours is 20 pages. I don't know if the exact numbers are correct, but this, of course, means that we do not have the same detail in our law. So we have an opportunity we're more autonomous and have a mandate to change things as we see fit to a larger extent compared to the other universities. We are, as I said, publicly funded. We're located in the region of Upper Austria, Linz, and in the city of Linz, which is wanting also to rebrand itself as a tech hub, pretty close to Vienna. We're close to Munich, really easy to reach different parts of Europe. And another part of our mission is, of course, to really engage with the community that we sit in. So with industry, with society. And this is also the idea that that's where our projects will come from for the students. The challenges that they work on. They can come from the surrounding community, from industry, or from research. I will stop sharing now.
Fantastic. Thank you. I might ask a follow-up question, but what I was hearing there was the importance of co-design, and that there was a co-design element, that you've been given permission to be a little more agile than perhaps the traditional university, and that the importance of that autonomous approach. And I think it resonates where in setting up what was and I say only a faculty when we're thinking about the scale of a university, was really more about cultural change than structural change. And it feels like that certainly is something that is a part of your success. But were there specific mindsets or traditions that the university had to let go of? And perhaps it's not so much let go of given you were creating, but look to move away from that might be associated with a more traditional university?
Oh, definitely. I mean, we're still having to do that. And I think that's something we will have to think about and be aware of all the time as we continue our journey, because it's very easy to fall back to what you know, especially when we are sort of growing rapidly, because it takes time to change. It takes time to unlearn, and you have to be very aware of what you have learned and what you're bringing with yourself into this new organization, and then to unlearn it. But I think one of there are some sort of things put in place to help us with this question. And one is that we are an international university. We're actually the first public university in Austria that is fully in English. So everything we do is in English. And we have a very international staff. And this helps us bring their perspectives into the university. So I come from Sweden, my colleague comes from Great Britain, and someone from Germany. I mean, there's a huge range of different perspectives. And something that maybe I think is not so innovative that I bring with me could be very innovative in the context that we're in. But this also means that the conversations that we have, they can, some things take time because we have to translate what we are trying to achieve. We have to translate it into a common language. So definitely letting go of some practices.
Fantastic. And I think that approaching this as the entire education model being grounded in interdisciplinarity, we know that different disciplines construct knowledge in different ways, and that often one of the challenges as being an interdisciplinary learner is becoming sort of epistemically bilingual. And do we risk, or will you risk, producing generalists with no home discipline at all? Quite a provocative question, but very keen to hear your thoughts.
Well, I would say when it comes, and this is, I think, a reason why we started with the PhD program and now the master's program, because this question will be something we have to think long and hard about when it comes to the bachelor level. With our PhD students, most of them, they come from a discipline from before. Okay. So they have that anchoring in their discipline, and then they gain this sort of epistemic awareness of what other disciplines have to offer. And the research groups that we have, that's another innovation, so to say, that we have at ITU, is that we do not have faculties, we do not have departments, we have research groups. So the professors we hire, they're already interdisciplinary. So we have a research group on digital transformation and learning that combines the digital technologies, and we have educational scientists, psychologists that work together in this research group. But so we try to make our students more epistemically aware of other disciplines, and to help them understand the language of the other discipline. We have one student who's already defended his dissertation. He already came with a lot of years of study behind him. And in this defense, where he presented his dissertation, the people on the committee, they came from external, we had external individuals that were, of course, very disciplinary. And there was almost an argument in the room whether what his research was about, and how these different disciplines understood different words in different ways. So just that small encounter really highlighted the importance of discussing the meaning of words, what different disciplines bring to the table. And I'm sure we will have many of these discussions in the future as well. But we do, with the masters and the PhDs, they do have a disciplinary background that they bring to the table. We can talk a little bit about the future bachelor's program, because that's a different story. But this is how we see it right now.
Looking forward to it, and I think that definitely as probably the safe launch is a program like the PhD, where they are bringing that disciplinary home. I think that is one of both the magic of interdisciplinary learning, but it is one of the challenges. And Mondira, we'll bring you in. Been a wonderful conversation with you, Christina. You shared some of your experiences in the earlier panel, and we'd be keen to hear a little more how interdisciplinary problem-based learning has really enriched your experience as a student here at UNSW.
Yeah, so this actually reminded me, just listening to both of you as well. When I was in high school, I did an international baccalaureate, so where we actually do about epistemologies. That's one of the subjects. And I think you mentioned methodology, how it's also different as well. And I think just listening to that, I took away that in some different disciplines, it can be inductive or deductive, and it's all different. So not only can we take away the knowledge between disciplines, but also the skills. So that directly refers to, with theatre, like the Dr. Carly Spencer, who innovated, we could actually do something to do with the medical curriculum that has theatre involved, because he found from some research that the skills needed for a good doctor does include improvisation, being able to think on their feet, as well as articulation. And I think I'm so grateful that just as many of you educators are already in the field and getting to know more about it, becoming experts. And if you just have maybe another passion of your on the side, you never know where they'll cross over as well. And you don't know, that looked like, for us, it looked like theatre and medicine together.
Beautiful. So we have touched on both the joys, but some of those challenges, and that interdisciplinary experiences often require more time to design, which is something to be mindful of. And in the moment, it can create a little more ambiguity in that learning to speak each other's language. So as a learner, it can be a more ambiguous experience. So I'm asking, are these the discomforts? Are these discomforts we should try to design out? Or is this what makes interdisciplinary learning really transformative? So invite either of our panellists. I don't know, Mondira, did you want to start, and then we'll go to Christina?
And this goes back maybe from the panel before, where we said, how do we actually put it into practice? And I think just as you all have so much potential, and I think there's students themselves also. I think we talked about AI a bit, and I think it's so easy to put it in AI for a lot of students. It's convenient. But even if they know their whys, or having an experience and then a reflection tool in terms of, what scaffold or what framework do you actually have? And we could learn from that. Maybe they'll come up with something that the marker might not have known. I think that might be one way to do it as well, hearing it from the students themselves after they reflect and research.
Fantastic. And Christina, is the ambiguity part of the magic for interdisciplinary learning?
Well, I would say yes, because our students, if I'm thinking now about the master students that are just now completing their first sort of project, there has been a lot of, we put a lot of care into designing what they were supposed to do, but for them, it has been a struggle, yes. But what we do is that we support the students and the teams by having learning coaches help them with other types of skills like project management, collaboration, teamwork. And I would say most of the problems, that is the tricky part. Understanding, okay, you come from this discipline, I come from that discipline. How can we pool our resources together in order to actually learn from each other and also solve the challenge that we have before us? And the working as a team that has been probably a greater challenge than conquering, you know, the inner, I don't know, learning Python. Because learning Python, yes, it's maybe tricky, but it is not the same as working with people. So I think our greatest challenge has actually been in the teams.
All right. So what we might do is pause and invite everyone to ask questions. I can see we've got 10 minutes to go in this session. So we might pause and bring up some of the Slido questions, and then we'll have a closing remark from each of our presenters. Oh, we only have one. Oh, I encourage you to jump online and pop in. Here we go. So they're starting to come through now. We've got disciplinary identity is useful. Studying political science, history was, the joke was, okay, pol sci is for historians who can't write and history is for pol sci, or history is pol sci for cowards. Interesting. Does disciplinary competition have a use, and do we need agnostic disciplinary projects? Christina, some thoughts?
So the question, could you repeat the question, please?
Oh, I'm so sorry that you won't be able to see them. Okay.
No. Yeah.
Okay. It is it's about, does disciplinary competition, I think that's the core, have a use, and do we need agnostic disciplinary projects?
Okay. Well, I got access now to the chat, so I see the question now.
Okay,
I just
lovely.
wanted you to know. But disciplinary competition, we actually, that is something we try to not discourage, but mitigate, because at our university, it's a technical university, and very quickly we could see already when the PhD students arrived that a computer scientist had higher status than, well, let's take the historian here or the political scientist because of and we could quickly see this. So there we had to actually mitigate, because that type of competition was not healthy and was not constructive. However, and we needed to sort of encourage, and we had an artist that didn't really feel like that person could be heard in the team as they worked on their project. So really encouraging the sharing of perspectives in our setting was more constructive and more fruitful than making the disciplines compete.
Interesting. Did you want to comment?
Yeah, and I think this is quite interesting. I haven't heard about this, but I would say there is beauty in this, that we can actually identify maybe even limitations or gaps. So it looks like if historians, maybe there's more writing courses or something. And then I'm not too sure where the cowardness comes from, but even that, it might be something to explore. And I think it's more of a gap as well, and something we can just look more into. It's an opportunity.
There's a whole body of literature around the sort of call it dominance of disciplinary paradigms and whether that creates biases in interdisciplinary learning. So it's a really fascinating question and topic to explore. We might move to that second question there, and I'm just mindful of time. We have almost 5 minutes. Should we start our students on the path to build interdisciplinarity first, or focus on building a disciplinary cohort? A great question. Thoughts, Mandira or Christina?
Christina, you can take it away as the expert.
Okay, I'll start then. I would say in general, like if we think about the master's and the PhD level, they already probably come with a disciplinary background, most probably. For the bachelor level, I think we can construct the curriculum in a way to support both sort of a more disciplinary. However, here maybe it's good to start perhaps with multidisciplinary and then move into more interdisciplinary in the later years. Yeah. I know there is a university in Europe called Aalborg University. They do project-based learning from day one, but it's not interdisciplinary, because introducing interdisciplinarity is, of course, something that it introduces complexity.
Absolutely.
And there is I would say there is a need to create some type of foundation to stand on so that you have your anchoring somewhere. And yeah.
And so as a future students ambassador, I do answer a lot of questions about, what subject should I take when, or what should I take, double degree or not. And I think, I don't know if it's practical, but why not allow the student to choose? So currently, with our term system, they can choose if they're doing, like, let's say, a law and arts. Do they want to take all their law courses in term 1 and then all the arts? Some students prefer having, like, the mix and match. Like, for myself, I liked having chemistry while visual arts in high school because I could, like, turn my brain off and turn the other part on. But I know some students prefer, no, I just want to do term 1, have like an analytical brain, and then next I want to have more of the creative side. So why not let the students choose depending on how they learn?
Perfect. So we might pause on the questions because I do want to provide some time for each panellist to give some closing remarks with a question, and then we have a very exciting award ceremony to move into. So my question for each of you is, what is a piece of practical advice that we can share to inspire our educator community who are perhaps at the beginning or looking to advance the possibilities of infusing interdisciplinarity into their practice or into the curriculum? So perhaps what it means to be a student studying those interdisciplinary experiences, and then we'll give final words to Christina.
I think as a student, I know my worldview is so limited right now. It's just a drop in the ocean. And that's why having mentors like yourselves, as I mentioned, you guys are, and you must be as well to a lot of students. And for me, that meant looking at like maybe this professor and that doctor, and truly just saying, oh, like Dr. Kali, he does salsa classes for medical students outside of our class. And it's been so much fun, and I can't see exactly right now how it's been helping, but I know in the future it's still something fun. And that's what, so maybe it's all about mentorship, us actually kind of being led by you, inspired by you, and that might spark something new for us.
Beautiful and so humble. Your world view, I don't believe any of us think it is limited. Christina, final piece of practical advice to inspire our educator community.
Yes, I'll be very practical. Our experiences from launching the master's program this fall. The student cohort that we received were very enthusiastic. They still are very enthusiastic because interdisciplinary project-based learning is not for everyone. But so it's really important to be very clear so that the student knows what to expect. And we have learned that we will probably have to be even more clear that it is not a traditional lecture hall type of setting and it's not discipline focused. But we could see, and I think this is my practical advice, we need to make sure that the first project that they do together, the first interdisciplinary project, they need time. We're very ambitious, and our students got a little bit overwhelmed. That's to give you the short version. So make sure to create enough space so that you can remove, scale down, and actually enable the students to really learn in depth what it is you're trying to teach them. Because a lot of them have never done interdisciplinary learning before, and it's complex for them.
Absolutely. Yeah. Complexity and ambiguity abound in any of those interdisciplinary experiences. So I think the joy of reading, our ambition around bringing these experiences into the curriculum for all students means that we all have a way to advance the strategy and really see this flagship initiative fully implemented across all of our programs. I'd like to close, hopefully on time. I think we're right on time. A huge thank you to Mondira for joining us for not one but two panels, and Christina at 5:30 in the morning with a coffee in hand at -1. Enormous gratitude for generously sharing your time and your insights. So please join me in thanking our two wonderful panellists. Thank you. that brings the final session before we hand over to our Vice-Chancellor, Professor Attila Brungs, for the award ceremony. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you and goodbye.
Okay, now we get to the very exciting part of EduFest, which is our award ceremony. I might just pause for a moment to allow people that have just arrived to come inside and take their seats. And while you do take your seats, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome our Vice-Chancellor and President of UNSW, Professor Attila Brungs, to the Roundhouse. We are always delighted to have him here to hand out the awards, but especially this year because we've just dedicated 2 days of EduFest to an important strategic theme, societal impact in education. We had a wonderful day, and now we get to the highlight. Thank you.
Thanks, kindly, Tini. I'll just wait till everyone has a chance to come in. And as always, the chairs are filled from the back first. Okie colleagues. Again, as Tini said, it's an absolute delight to be here. I've had a quick brief as I came in about all the awesome things that you've been talking about. I know you've probably done an acknowledgement already of country, but I'd like to always start by doing an acknowledgement as the traditional elders for custodians of knowledge for the site that we're on here and all the university campus right around New South Wales. The Indigenous knowledges that have been developed here for 60,000 years are an incredible strength, an asset that the university can draw on as we face some really interesting times going forward. And that's one of the things that makes me so excited about what you've been, ooh, that suddenly got loud. You can hear me enough down the back? Yep. It makes me so excited about what you're doing here in the last couple of days. There are so many opportunities. There are such interesting times that we'll be navigating over the next few years, such interesting opportunities for our students, that getting together and really thinking through what we can do together as a UNSW teaching and learning community, I think is a really important thing going into the end of the year and what we do next year. I'd also like to start by thanking you. I know this year has been quite an extraordinary year. There's been a whole lot of initiatives right across the university, particularly in the changes to our education, thinking through as we developed not just our strategy, but for the first 3-year roadmap of the strategy. Thank you very much for all of the work that you've done. Also for the dedication, creativity that people do here, supporting our students, supporting their learning journeys, supporting students who want to, or people who want to be students at the university every single day. I know sometimes the things that you do, day in, day out, the acts of support, kindness, generosity go unnoticed, and I just want to say they don't go unnoticed. Because if you think about it, the wonderful community that we create at UNSW is a direct result of your day-to-day actions. For those of you who had the opportunity yesterday, we saw the Community Day. Who had a chance to go to Community Day? Some of you? Which was a lot of fun, and I saw a whole lot of potential students there as well. You know, people brought families along, but the sense of community that we have at University of New South Wales is special. And I've been speaking a lot in recent times. I've just done a few overseas trips to our alumni. And particularly when you go overseas, the incredible sense of belonging that many of our alumni have to UNSW is quite special. And it has all been created by the actions that you do day in, day out. So once again, I'd like to start by thanking you all for that. Also talking to Sarah, I was delighted to find out this year's EduFest is focused on one of our most strategic priorities. That is embedding our societal impact framework into everything that we do. Our societal impact framework is fundamental to our university. It's what we are. For those of you who read recently, University of New South Wales was number 7 university in the world in the QS rankings of sustainability. But the one that I got quite excited about was it was number 1 in social impact. And that is pretty good to be number 1 in the world in social impact. And that's because of the concrete nature of what we do. Many universities have things like societal impact frameworks. But the fact that the work that you did over the last 3 days, how do you make it real? How do you make it concrete? How do you embed it in all the activities of the university? That is what I also think makes UNSW so special. The very concrete, pragmatic approach that we take to wonderful aspirations around a societal impact framework, but what does it actually mean in the lives of students? What does it actually mean in your day-to-day work? What does it actually mean for how we engage with society? And it's those concrete and sometimes very complex questions that you've been tackling. So once again, thank you very much for that. The importance of, I've just been doing lots of talks on the strategy, and I just want to keep re-emphasising, education underpins every single one of our pillars. I was just at the engineering, there's a few people from the engineering yesterday, I gave my faculty presentation, and we talked it through all 9 pillars. So we had a great conversation around pillar 1, which of course has education heart and centre, but just reinforcing, education activities of the university go through every single one of our pillars, particularly pillars 6, 7, 8 and 9. It's through education and through learning that all of the strategy will be delivered. And I think what we've been doing the last couple of days in the EduFest has been an important part of that. So once again, thank you very much for the wonderful work you do. I'm very excited to be here because the last part of today gets to celebrate and recognise colleagues who've done an extraordinary effort. So now I've finished my speech and I assume someone else is going to come and help me give out the awards. Excellent, it's coming now. Once again, thank you very much.
Normally he runs off the stage and I have to grab him, so instead he had to grab me. Thank you very much for joining us. The UNSW Teaching Awards recognise outstanding contributions to student learning and experience. Across 8 categories, these awards highlight excellence in innovation, teaching and education support aligned closely with our strategic priorities. And before I begin to read out the 8 award categories and our winners, a special thanks to the PVCE Academic Development Team for supporting the management of the awards. So as we call your name, obviously there's going to be rapturous applause. Come on up, receive an award and get a photo taken. So our first award category is the UNSW Award for Teaching Excellence, which recognises excellence, leadership and sustained commitment to teaching and learning. And this year's recipient goes to Associate Professor Lynn Gribble from the School of Management and Governance.
For leading and advocating digital innovation that is continuously reimagining higher education by creating inclusive learning environments for a dynamic technology and AI-enabled world.
Award, I love the music going on there too. The second award is the UNSW Award for Sustained Excellence in Teaching, which honours individuals who have exceptional dedication to student learning over 5 or more years. And this year's recipient is Professor Mira Kim from the School of Humanities and Languages.
Transforming international students' experiences through personalised learning, reflective practices, modelling lifelong learning and humanistic environments that nurture confidence, belonging, resilience and sustainable growth.
Our third award is the UNSW Award for Outstanding Contribution to Student Learning, which recognises and rewards individuals or teams for their significant impact to the quality of student learning. This year there are 3 recipients for the awards, and the first is Dr. Natalie O and the UNSW Global Consultancy Group from the School of Banking and Finance.
The UN SDG Challenge, now in its 6th year, empowers first-year students to address global issues, aligning with UNSW's Progress for All through purpose-driven education that creates meaningful societal impact.
And the second recipient of this award is Dr. Sung Yung Yang from the School of Management and Governance.
for contributions to the International Business Program at UNSW via innovations and leadership that better prepare students to meet the challenges of the business world.
And the third is a group award or a team award to Dr. Sasha Vassar, Dr. Jake Rosella and Associate Professor Andrew Taylor from the School of Computer Science and Engineering.
The team has transformed foundational program courses by pioneering safe, sovereign and pedagogically aligned AI for learning. This innovation provides scalable, instant, curriculum-aligned support, enhancing the student experience and learning outcomes.
And our fourth award for this afternoon is the UNSW Award for Outstanding Contributions to Student Learning for Early Career Academics and Sessional Staffs, which goes to Dr. Nicole Green for Sessional Staff from the School of Biotechnology and Biomolecular Sciences.
Nicole is an accomplished science sessional staff member whose innovative, student-centred teaching enhances learning, critical thinking and problem solving, and fosters a motivational learning environment.
And our Early Career Academic Award goes to Dr. Geraldine Townsend from the School of Education.
Geraldine has developed a globally unique MED course preparing teachers to embed creative and creative thinking across all curriculum subjects, informing practices nationally and internationally.
Our fifth award category is the UNSW Award for Programs that Enhance Learning, which celebrates innovative contributions to student learning and experience. There are two recipients of this award this year, and the first is a team award which goes to Dr. Song Ting Dong and Associate Professor Ting Yu from the School of Marketing.
Marketing Analyst Hackathon showcases UNSW's leadership in marketing analyst education, strengthening its global reputation, enriching students through real-world challenges, cross-disciplinary collaboration, and prestigious international competition.
And the second award goes to the All-E team. The All-E team stands for the Academic Language and Literacy Embedding Project led by the Student Learning team in the Pro Vice-Chancellor Education portfolio. And today this award will be received on behalf of the team by Dr. Owen Wilson.
The All-E project embeds collaboratively designed, discipline-specific academic literacy support into courses, achieving 21,000 plus student engagements annually and significantly improving student equity, confidence and learning outcomes.
is the UNSW Award for Outstanding Contributions to Student Wellbeing, which recognises those that go above and beyond to support students' wellbeing and academic potential. And this year's recipient goes to Dr. George Jakoda from the School of Information Systems and Technology Management.
Teaching business through inclusive courses focused on care and well-being using industry-authentic assessment, check-ins and student partnerships that build learners' belonging, confidence and success.
Our 7th award is the UNSW Award for Learning and Teaching Support, which recognises individuals and teams who provide exceptional support for learning and teaching. This award recognises professional staff and teams as part of the Teaching Awards. And this year's recipient is the Education Design and Quality team, representing a cross-unit collaboration including colleagues from Law and Justice and UNSW College. And Dr. Angie Nguyen, Sarah Watkinson, Carla Samilo, Rebecca Crosby, Apana Jacob, and who's my last one? Maria, thank you, Maria Niradu. Congratulations to the entire team.
The team designs, delivers and responsively adapts Study Hall, a transformative co-curricular program fostering academic literacy, peer mentoring and belonging for first-year international law students.
The UNSW Award for Innovation in Teaching. This award is not applied for, but it's selected by the UNSW Teaching Award Committee. It celebrates individuals whose work challenges traditional teaching practice to drive transformative outcomes. And so it's going to be one of these lovely folk or a team of folk from over here. So this year's recipients goes to Dr. Sasha Varna, Dr. Jake Rosella and Associate Professor Andrew Taylor from the School of Computer Science and Engineering. I now invite all of the recipients to come up for a group photo, and please join me in congratulating all our winners again. And if you're part of a team, you're allowed to come on up too. It's a group photo.
See how the system works?
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Jonathan Morris. I'm the Pro Vice Chancellor for Research Training and the Dean of Graduate Research. And it's my pleasure to announce the UNSW Vice Chancellor's Award for Excellence in Higher Degree Supervision, or research, particularly in supervision. UNSW has a very high bar for supervision, and so these people who are going to be named today are really exemplars of excellence, and really want to emphasise they're very focused on supporting candidates. It's not about them as being great academics, but how they help HDR candidates become research leaders. So without further ado, the first award is for Excellence in High Degree Research Leadership, which is celebrating an individual academic in a research training leadership role who demonstrates inspirational, effective local graduate research leadership at school, faculty or other academic level. And the recipient this year is Dr. David Eastwood from the School of Art and Design.
This award is a testament to David Eastwood's outstanding leadership in the HDR arena and an instrumental role in shaping high-quality HDR initiatives to maximise the benefits for HDR candidates.
Okay, the second award is for Excellence in High Degree Research Supervision. This is recognising an individual HDR supervisor who's demonstrated a track record of successful HDR candidate outcomes and engagement in high quality supervisory practice and leadership. And the awardee this year is Professor Stuart Clark from the School of Civil and Environmental Engineering.
This award is a testament to Stuart Clark's exceptional track record in HDR supervision and outstanding engagement in high-quality supervisory practice and leadership.
Thank you, Stuart. The third award is for Excellence in High Degree Research Supervision Emerging. So this is for an academic who's earlier in their career and who's demonstrated a track record of good outcomes and engaging in high quality supervisory practice and research leadership. The recipient this year is Dr. Michael Nielsen from the School of Photovoltaic and Renewable Energy Engineering. Unfortunately, Michael couldn't be here today, so can we please just send him huge congratulations.
This award is a testament to Michael Nielsen's exceptional track record in higher degree research supervision and outstanding engagement in high-quality supervisory practice.
All right, and the final award for me to announce is the Award for Excellence in Promoting Industry Engagement in High Degree Research. This is awarded to an academic who has initiated or supported innovative and transformational engagement between high degree research candidates and industry partners. This is a challenging one to fill, and so I'm really pleased to announce that the winner this year is Professor Garth Pearce from the School of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering.
This award is a testament to Garth Pearce's exceptional track record in initiating and supportive, innovative and transformational engagement between HDR candidates and industry partners.
Can I have David and Stuart back up and we'll do a group photo. Thank you. Okay, now invite back Teenie Mathers to continue the awards. Thank you.
Okay, it's time for the UNSW Students' Choice Teaching Awards. They recognise UNSW academic and professional staff for their contributions to their students' learning. They're both nominated and judged by students. And this award highlights teachers who have made a real difference to their learning experience by going above and beyond, inspiring, elevating, challenging, and supporting their development as people and professionals. But before we announce this year's winners, we'd like to share a little video with you.
I'll just give you one last letter to read.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh my god. Okay. Wow, you guys really.
My hope would be is that they have the confidence and that they can apply what they've learnt into making meaningful changes to society.
Ebony, I'd just like to say thank you so much and thanks for your incredible work. Keep it up. I can imagine that progress sometimes feels slow, maybe like it's not even progressing, but it's incredibly impactful.
This reminds me that this is a shared journey with my students. I think I just like to say that my students are the ones who actually inspire me as much as I hope to inspire them.
My message to Christina would be that your efforts and your energy don't go unnoticed, that your efforts to become a better educator has led me to want to become a better student.
I want them to walk away feeling more confident about what they can achieve and really unlock their potential. When you see that happening, it's tremendously rewarding.
Simply thank you. That sort of enthusiasm is definitely noted and really appreciated.
I want them to see not chemistry just as a subject. I want them to be able to break down complex ideas, to sort of explore the world and be able to feel confident in that world.
I am very thankful and very grateful to have John as my teacher. John, you really are an excellent teacher. Thank you very much.
Coming into the uni was a pursuit of a different career path and to find meaning in my life. Having this nomination just again reminds me of what I came into teaching for, and I wanted to make an impact in the next generation's learning journey. And I really hope that students coming out of my course feel ready for the future workforce.
So as we've seen in the video, this year recipients are, first, Dr. Ebony Lewis from the School of Population Health. Unfortunately, Ebony can't be here, but I think we're still going to see her testimonial and her photo up on the screen.
Because of Ebony, I've moved from being beyond being aware and feeling personally responsible to taking action. This isn't just another subject, it's something that has permanently reshaped my worldview and my role in creating a more equitable future.
The next recipient is Dr. Christina Bayon from the School of Biomedical Sciences.
Her method of teaching has allowed me to understand how I learn best. This has made me feel less discouraged and more confident about performing well in my tertiary studies and my overall future outlook.
Congratulations also to Dr. Daniel Folzer from the School of Biological, Earth and Environmental Science.
Daniel is an incredibly passionate individual who simply goes above and beyond to ensure students can get the most out of their degrees.
Congratulations to Dr. John Cusick from the School of Chemistry.
John's positivity and constant support not only helped me get through this course, but also reshaped the way I view challenges. Stay positive, believe in myself, and take things step by step.
And last but certainly not least, Bin Kwan from the School of Information Systems and Technology Management.
His commitment to making learning inclusive, accessible, and genuinely fun has had a lasting impact on me and many others.
Can we please get all of our Student Choice Award winners back up for a quick group photo, please? Now, the final category of this afternoon's award is quite a unique one. It is our UNSW Past Leaders Award. PASS stands for Peer-Assisted Study Sessions, and they're weekly group study sessions led by trained senior students who have successfully completed the course and usually excelled. PASS leaders act as a near-peer mentor, helping students build confidence, strengthen understanding, and feel connected in a supportive learning environment. This year, we had 122 PASS leaders supporting students across the business school and the university-wide programs, with with almost 9,000 attendances across online and in-person sessions. For the PASS Leaders Participants' Choice Awards in 2025, 148 students nominated 69 of their PASS leaders. Their comments highlighted the kindness, inclusion, and dedication shown by our leaders, qualities that make PASS such a valued part of student life and learning here at UNSW. This year's recipients are Doha Qureshi, who is a PASS leader in math and the university preparation program, who unfortunately can't be here, but we'll clap for her anyway.
Doha was always friendly, approachable, and extremely knowledgeable. Her extremely welcoming attitude and casual approach created a relaxed and supportive environment where we felt comfortable asking questions, no matter how simple or how complicated, and engaging in discussion.
Next is Jack Nethery, who is PASS leaders for PASS Plus across Medicine and Canberra.
Jack did an excellent job at going above and beyond. Jack is calm, patient, and made an initially unfamiliar place very comfortable and safe. He gave us pointers beyond the slide content that helped us navigate Year 1.
And Lanli Guan, PASS leader in banking and finance.
Lanli provided exceptional support to our learning throughout the term. Whenever we had doubts, Lanli was always approachable and willing to answer our questions in detail. Her dedication and encouragement created a positive learning environment and made a real difference to our academic progress.
And now, last but not least, we come to the Higher Education Academy Fellowships. We would like to acknowledge all UNSW staff who have received fellowships in 2025. This year, 77 UNSW staff were awarded Associate Fellowship of the Higher Education Academy, and you can see all the wonderful names up on the slides now. Also, congratulations to the UNSW staff who became Senior Fellows, and Principal Fellows. Again, we're celebrating their names up on the screen. A big round of applause for all of them. Congratulations to all of our incredible winners and contributors. This brings us to almost the end of EduFest 2025. There's just a couple of important things left to do. Number one, to thank all of you and everyone who has contributed over the last few days. Our amazing co-hosts and faculty partners that have contributed so significantly, the Roundhouse team, and of course, the PVC Educational Excellence team that every year puts this event together. A big thank you from all of us. Now, one logistical challenge to solve to earn our right to celebrate and have a glass, and that is we need all of our award winners back for one giant group photo. Can we do that? Thank you.